More than 100 people attended, including representatives from the business community, such as dive charter operators and lionfish removal device retailers. Believe that? We've got lionfish device removal retailers. That's the industry is starting to grow and build and is going to be helpful. We also brought in commercial fishermen, nonprofit groups, special interest groups, local government, state government. The public came. This was broadcast live via social media, Twitter, as well on YouTube and the Florida channel. Thank you, Florida channel. This three-day event began with presentations on the history and current state of lionfish and a discussion on desired future conditions, and then poster sessions. The event, I want to thank our sponsors. I got to do this. The event wouldn't have been possible without the Guy Harvey Foundation, the Wildlife Foundation of Florida, and Florida Sea Grant. So we really appreciate all the help. Information from this summit will help us further manage lionfish and develop techniques and methods to deal with this really difficult issue. And I also want to thank staff that put all the work into getting this summit done. And Commissioner, I'm almost done. I've got one more item, I believe, here, and I'm excited to announce that we are working with the state of Georgia to develop what we're calling the
Now that cooperation we need on our water flows.
Yeah, on one side,
water and quail.
On one side, we're arm wrestling over water. On the other side, we've got a lot of common ground. We're developing the Florida-Georgia Quail Coalition. We recently signed an MOA with the Georgia Department of Natural Resources, Pheasants Forever / Quail Forever, and Tall Timbers Research Station and Land Conservancy. This agreement formalizes a partnership to establish, fund, and promote a Florida-Georgia Quail Coalition, and through this coalition, partners will join forces to enhance, promote, and conserve quality habitat for northern bobwhite quail, and to promote and support youth shooting sports programs and education. So we're combining the excitement of quail with getting kids in the woods. This new partnership represents an exciting opportunity for partners by working together to contribute even more to on-the-ground quail habitat, hunting opportunities on public lands, and to increase youth participation in shooting sport through community-supported and school-based programs. So we really are thankful to that partnership. Quail Forever, Tall Timber, the state of Georgia, great partnership. Diane Eggerman, her team, Greg Hagan have worked hard on this. We appreciate their efforts as well. And with that, I conclude my report. Thank you.
Very well done. Our evening for conservation, by the way, Bass Pro Shops, they're opening across the state, and it's really, our relationship has been just terrific with Bass, and we look to enhance that, obviously. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Now we would like to go into our meeting that we had, and I'd like to take, all right, for just a second. I want to sort of follow up on the Executive Director's report with a special note, if you allow me.
Absolutely.
I received a call back last spring from Jamie Clark, who is the national president of Defenders of Wildlife, which was interesting. And the conversation went something like this: I'd like for you to come up to Washington D.C. if you may to honor a prominent Floridian who we'd like to present an award to. And I said, absolutely, no problem. And so Defenders every year has a wildlife conservation dinner. And this year they were awarding, one of their awards is the Spirit of Defenders Award for Public Service. To give you some context of who wins this award, previous award winners have been U.S. Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland, U.S. Senator Norm Dix of Washington, U.S. Senator George Miller of California, U.S. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island. Some pretty heavy hitters in Washington. This year's award winner was our very own Nick Wiley, the first state recipient of the award. And I gotta tell you, it was a really cool evening. It was a really special evening. Ed Asner was in attendance. Former Interior Secretary Bruce Babbitt was there. A number of these senators were there. What was really cool was actually, I think one of the Neville brothers was there sitting at a table next to us. If you see in this picture in the back, you've got Nick and myself, and in the back there, that's Jeff Corwin from Animal Planet. And Jeff Corwin was the master of ceremonies for the event. So Jeff Corwin introduced Nick and myself, which was quite a treat too. But it was a well-deserved award. They wanted to recognize Nick for his work with the Youth Conservation Network and getting kids out hunting and fishing, which is so important. And as we know, we're sort of blazing the trail in the nation for that. Nick's work with the Deepwater Horizon response, head and shoulders above anything called for Wildlife Executive Director. Nick also, I don't know if a lot of the commissioners know this, but when it comes to Nick's peers among the states, his fellow executive directors, Nick is actually the leader on Endangered Species Act activities among all the other executive directors for wildlife. So, a high honor that they've sort of placed in him to help work with the federal government on that. And as well, I think what we know about Nick is his ability to bring together diverse stakeholders and really try to find common ground in a way, sort of a personality and demeanor that is really impressive, the Northern Everglades Headwater Project. So for all of those reasons, he received this award. Nat Reed also received one of the awards, so we were very well represented among Floridians. Nat Reed got up and talked about Nick Wiley when he got his award, which is really pretty cool. So I just wanted to thank, I thought I saw Lori McDonald in the back there. I wanted to thank Lori. I don't know if Lori wanted to say something to echo, but she was a gracious host, and we really enjoyed the evening.
Lori, go right ahead.
Thank you. Nick, we wanted to recognize you nationally for the work that you're doing, the leadership that you're showing, and bridging among communities, among all of us. And it's greatly appreciated, showing the way that we can work together for wildlife. And so thank you very much for all that you're doing and the leadership that you're showing on endangered species issues. And of course, this gives you great scrutiny, but we have great scrutiny now put on it. So anyway, thank you very much. And Brian, thank you for the wonderful talk that you gave. Greatly appreciate it.
This is really unique because we are blessed, we talked earlier in this country, to have people that really have passion, caring, and understanding. And you can tell, let's take a look at this picture up here. Interesting. The one fellow on the right, Commissioner Yablonsky, looks tan and relaxed. Wow, what a life. And the other young fellow, Nick, working his butt off. He doesn't have any of that. He's not out there with that nice tan. Look at that. At any rate, Nick has done an outstanding job.
But by the way, Jeff Horn's looking pretty tan there too. Actually, true story about Jeff Horn. So after the ceremony, Nick and I are talking to Jeff. Jeff is actually an avid bow hunter, and he had just come back from bow hunting and had actually cut himself on an arrow. So he had stitches up and down his arm, but he was all excited, showing us pictures of the deer that he got with a bow just the week before on his iPhone, which was pretty cool, I thought.
Mr. Chairman, that was a nice attempt at diversion, Brian. Back to the tan. Actually, I think Commissioner Yablonsky went to the tanning bed in preparation for this.
You're going to give me a Boehner complex.
Okay, we'd like to take some. Brian. Nope.
I just want to say, if you ever have an opportunity to be honored like this, and thank you, defenders, for that honor, I appreciate it. You want Commissioner Blanche to be the guy to introduce you, because he has a way with words that will make you sound 10 times better than you ever could be, and that's much appreciated. But it was a great event, and I got it. You guys know, everybody knows. You get these awards and you get recognition, but we're all in this together, and you wouldn't be anywhere without all the support from the commission, the stakeholders, and everybody. So it's nice, but everybody knows it's a team effort here. So thank you.
You'll be proud. I even tied Nick to Theodore Roosevelt, as you would expect me to do.
This politician to the left over here is very fluent with his words. Commissioner Yablonsky, that big, what happened to your tan? I'd like to take some time to reflect now for all of us on a unique meeting that we had on October 9th. It was a strategic vision for the agency, and we're looking out over the next 15 years and actually well beyond that. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody that's right here, because each one of the commissioners, you spend an awful lot of time, you've got your own life, and frankly, the amount of time that's spent on this is, it's extraordinary. And we've got commissioners here who literally, they love what we're doing, and for all of us together to look at this and say, how can we take this state and make this state unique in the nation? And we be a guiding light and looking out. And that was the purpose of our meeting that we had. We need to keep our mindset that it's a continuous journey, and it transcends any specific actions like the things we're doing today, our programs and projects. And so this conversation really is a continuous one. At the conclusion of that particular meeting that we had, I asked Nick and his team to follow up with each one of the commissioners and get any specific comments on our strategic draft plan, and then get feedback. I've worked with Nick and Eric in sorting through all the dialogue, and I must say, Eric, we really, frankly, you've done a terrific job, because your passion, you came from the Water Management District, and your passion to really understand detail is a great help, because we balance. Some of us have abilities in one area, doing this or this. Some are very good publicly. You are absolutely unique in being able to pull all these things together, so thank you. This takes us really to our strategic vision section of the meeting. And Eric, if you wouldn't mind, if you could just help open this up and lead us through it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must say, like Nick, I'm just the interface of a lot of hardworking individuals at staff level, and then working with you guys. But I appreciate those comments. So the challenge that we had was leaving October 9th and trying to sort that into some conceptual framework of keeping the conversation moving forward. So as I mentioned, I worked with a team of your senior staff, and we kind of poured through that data, and there was a lot of information was shared at that meeting. What I'd like to do is show the next slide if we could, and based on what we heard, and again, I'm just going to present this conceptual framework. You can do with it whatever you like. If you like it, we can go with it, we can tweak it, but we have to start somewhere in organizing the data. One of the themes that we heard in the workshop was that the commissioners really wanted to focus at that policy level, at the high altitude. So a lot of the information we got sort of bubbled up into those high strategic areas, and then some of them were just good ideas of programs and projects, and I'll show you how we kind of filtered those out.
Eric, that's more for all of us here on the why level.
Correct.
Up on top for all of us to say, why are we doing these things? And then we move into the what's.
Right, and so when you talk about policy, the why needs to transcend throughout the agency and affect every program. The what's are what we actually discuss a lot at commission meetings, and that's important because you want those programs and initiatives to be accountable, and you want to have commission engagement. So that's really our zone of productivity as staff and commission is operating in that what, bridging the why and the how. The following two items that will occur on the agenda today are good examples of kind of the what and the hows. After we get done with this discussion, David Arnold will present the commission work plan. And that's a how. That's your time management tool on your agendas and what you're going to be bringing forward. And what you will see David present will show you that the chairman wants to spend some time at each commission meeting having some strategic discussion. That in itself is a pretty big movement from the chairman to carve that time out for each meeting. So you'll see that reflected along with a lot of the things that you have to do and take action, a lot of the what's. The other thing, following him, Dr. Thomas Eason will present the Imperiled Species Management Plan. Now that's an initiative that I think you will see embodies a lot of that policy direction that you all were discussing on October 9th. So we ordered the agenda to try and reflect between the why, what, and how. So if I have the next slide, Tim. So how do we suggest moving forward? And I have been in consultation with the chairman on this. we filtered through all the information that came from the commissioners on October 9th. And as I mentioned, there were a lot of ideas on projects and programs that we have put into our draft strategic plan, and we have a team that's incorporating that. And I will be sending that out to each of you for one more round before we just kind of close that and move on and working on that. The other ones, those high policy focal areas you see represented on the slide as you look to it on the right. And again, these are words that we've kind of come up with. If you want to change those, and we have no ownership, this is just a suggestion. And they fall in no particular order under the areas of habitat protection, innovation and management tools, the future of fish and wildlife conservation, and environmental policy scanning. Just quickly about each of those. In the habitat protection, we heard a lot about identifying the priorities for protecting land, a new paradigm of protection, meaning conservation easements and incentives for private landowners, and then sustainable access. And so what we would propose to do is to bring that policy area forward at a future commission meeting, possibly April. Looks like it would give us the appropriate time to do that. And then bring to you where we are currently, so that as you have discussions, you can get to to the edge of where we are, so that the policy direction you give us helps guide us. But similarly for management tools, we're looking at probably June, as we have quite a bit of work to do to package that up to have a productive discussion. This is along the lines of how we might look through regulations, offer different incentives for some of the recreational take, and as you see up there, making wildlife an asset, and how we engage with our contacts and customers. The future of fish and wildlife conservation, I would propose that we spend a half day that we currently have scheduled for the April meeting preceding the normal 2 days for us to have a little deeper exploration into that. Y'all remember Mr. Duda and others, and Amy Baker presented some information. It's pretty intense, so I would think that we could spend easily a half day maybe bringing to you where we are in exploring some of the demographics in our programs. And then on the environmental policy scanning, that was one that Commissioner Yablonsky had brought up a few times, that the commission found value in what we did last February. I believe it was last February, SeaWorld, where we had Teddy Roosevelt Foundation presented. We'd like to try to get someone representative to speak on that again, and also complement that. And I believe we have a tentative confirmation from a person named Jim Mock Schaefer, who works for the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, to kind of give that big nationwide view. That we would tee up for February, because that makes sense from a timing standpoint, given where sessions would be both from the state and federal perspective. So that's pretty much what we were thinking. How do we continue this dialogue? I would encourage everyone to not get too locked in. It needs to be adaptive. We'll learn with each time we have these conversations. And as you all know, I'm readily available, as is Nick, to make sure we're getting the right direction.
We're trying to really keep this, if we can, way above the clouds looking down. And so these are broad views looking way out in the future.
And so, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just finally, just so you know how we might approach bringing each of these areas to you, is we will getting a cross-functional team of subject matter experts across divisions to try and develop something that we can condense and bring to you that, again, gets you to knowing exactly what we're doing in those, and then y'all's policy discussion can help take us and be value added. So that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes what my remarks I prepared this morning.
Commissioners? Commissioner Yablonsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I want to commend you for bringing this forward. In the time between September and when we're meeting today, I had the opportunity to sort of sit back and think about what this project is and sort of a context for it. And on one hand, you could look at this as an agency exercise. You know, what do we do with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission? My thought, and I think you would agree with this is much bigger than that. Florida when it comes to managing fish and wildlife has always been sort of on the cutting edge. And some of it is because of the incredible diversity of the resources we have, the incredible land management we have. The first game wardens came out of Florida. And so I think for us, how we approach this ought to be more than just, okay, what should the agency be doing? Why should an agency be doing this? But where can we sort of take fish and wildlife conservation into the 21st century? Looking back 100 years ago, the land managers, the foresters, the biologists of that time were faced with a whole different set of challenges. They had a timber famine they were worried about. They had soil erosion issues. They were worried about rivers and streams were choked. Wildlife was being over-harvested. And at that time, President Theodore Roosevelt, this was like 1908, said, look, we got all these problems, and we've got to think big in how we accomplish this. So one of the things he did is he convened a conference of all 50 governors, and he had them come to the White House, and he said, I just don't want you coming to the White House. I want you to bring your 3 best natural resource experts in your state with you. So you had 50 governors with 3 of the preeminent people in the day who were contemplating managing resources. 9 Supreme Court justices came to this meeting, biologists, geologists, the titans of industry showed up for this meeting. Andrew Carnegie came and spoke, and representatives from all the industry. So it was really a chance to come together and say, what do we need to be doing? What's the big thing? Roosevelt kicked off the conference and said,
Brian, if we want to, just briefly on what you just said was fascinating, how you could get all of these individuals, whether you're out in the woods, or whether you're running a corporation, or whether you're a biologist, or you can be a computer guru. It's getting all these people. Imagine having Andrew Carnegie and getting Rockefellers and all these people nationally involved.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a great comment.
It was fascinating. Roosevelt gave a talk to kick off the conference, and I went back in one of the books that was covering it and thought this quote was pretty apt for this exercise. He said, one distinguishing characteristic of really civilized men is foresight. We have to, as a nation, exercise foresight for this nation in the future. If we do not exercise that foresight, dark will be the future.
That's what this whole thing is all about.
Yeah, and Roosevelt, these guys, when they got together, they didn't know what the treatise was going to be out of there. They didn't know what the law that was going to come out of here, what the program or project or policy, and they came to the table saying, okay, what's the big thought? It turns out the big idea in 1908 that came out of this very first ever, by the way, gathering of governors in the country that had never happened before in the 100+ years prior in history, was that every state, the big idea, that every state should have a conservation commission. So here we sit, 105 years later, as that conservation commission that came out. That was the big idea that came out. So really, when I think about this, I think about 2 things. I think about foresight. Who, if not us, who is the one to have the foresight? And I think about big ideas. What are the big ideas? I mean, we're here as part of that legacy from 1908, created to do big things and to execute on big thoughts and just not warm seats. And Florida, more than any other state, has a history of that. I mean, you think about this in natural resource, P2000 in Florida Forever came out of Florida. That land purchasing program is larger than the federal government land purchasing program when it was initiated. We have Everglades restoration going on in the state. That's the largest ecosystem public works project in the history of the country. We had an idea to pass an amendment to help private landowners to conserve their lands. I mean, what commission goes and says, well, let's go get an amendment passed? And we amended the Constitution, back in 2008 to do that. The Youth Conservation Network and pulling that together, we are clearly leading the nation among commissioners in trying to get youth outdoors and hunting and fishing. So I would just say, as we move forward, I don't have the idea. I don't know if it's a cool kind of conference we can bring together, because the best ideas aren't necessarily going to be us coming with them. There are going to be great ideas out there. But to really challenge us to come up, going back to the why, come up with the big idea, and execute on it. We don't have to solve all the world's problems up here, but if we can seize on a few of these big ideas, that
Brian, might want to blend in with Eric, what Brian just said. This is gonna be a long-term thing, and we're gonna continually look, but a great idea would be to see if we could get some, frankly, state and national leaders, see who they are, and see how we could go ahead and do that. Now, our next piece, we've got unique commissioners here, we're all blessed, and someone literally right here, in the backyard, the Everglades, somebody who's lived an entire life in mosquitoes, alligators, oh God. Somebody who's literally, who can share this with us. And if anybody can speak to this individual who we're blessed to have in our commission, he's lived Florida. He understands this habitat. And Ronnie, I just love for you to just share this view, because you're looking out preservation, you're looking out and saying, where are we going to be in 100 years? You've been working at it for half a century plus. Brian.
Well, thank you for that honor to be the point commissioner over the Everglades. It's a great honor, and I sincerely appreciate it. But first, I want to thank you for your leadership. And the one thing that I look at, you go back to 1908, and the vision of preservation of true natural resources, took place. And we can do the same thing in the beautiful state of Florida with the #1 fishing in the world, all of our natural resources. And I believe as we move forward that what we have to look at is put together the most valuable resources that have been very little altered, that contribute to true resources for the future of sustainable access and enjoyment for the people of Florida. It's not the idea that we develop a plan and knee-jerk into someone's going to develop this piece of land on the west coast or the east coast. There's so many areas in this state that we can get ahead of and put together a master plan and a targeted to work with private property owners and be able to expand our resources to keep up with a growing population that Florida is going to have economical growth.
Eric,
And
that's a very good
opportunity.
piece. That's a very good piece. Working with private landowners, thank you.
Yeah. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for putting us all together to work on these issues and get out ahead of development.
Let's see, Bud, Lisa, Chuck. We're basically looking, Eric, neat thoughts. This is, and it's hard to keep this because it's so conceptual. And one of the difficulties we've got is how we take this and move it into, we're moving now from the what to the why and how. Eric.
Well, I would just say, what Commissioner Bergeron just said, that would be part of what we would bring forward at that April meeting, along with a lot of the input we've had from Commissioner Pretty on our public lands and how we manage them. What we were planning on bringing is kind of a soup to nuts, presentation on how are they identified. Once they're identified, how are they protected? Once they're protected, how are they managed? And give a very comprehensive view so that, again, the discussion and feedback we get from you really adds value to the current system.
One thought would be if we might be able to get each one of the commissioners could take a particular area. Ronnie was just talking about, Commissioner Bergeron was just talking about private lands. Commissioner Pretty, public lands. We need all of this together and then define how we can get, Commissioner Blancy said, what about getting other people outside nationally that can look at this or statewide with different views? That's really what we're trying to do, pull all these views together.
Yeah, especially, Mr. Chairman, when you look at the whole state of Florida, you look at pristine areas that have been unaltered and lands that's been very little You look at it being contiguous to large public land, because expansion of that benefits our endangered species an awful lot. And we have a plan to extend the resources for recreation, preservation, with sustainable access and enjoyment. And that plan keeps up with our growing population. It shouldn't be our goal to stop economical growth and job opportunities. It should be our plan in areas that really benefit the ability for the outdoors and expansion and protection, rather than trying to preserve an orange grove or a cow pasture with one tree in it. We need to be looking at the whole state of Florida and looking at those very valuable resources and work hand in hand with economic growth and job opportunities, and provide, as the population grows, be able to provide the outdoor experience and fall in love with nature, have a primitive experience with nature with our youth camps expansion, and we just grow with a growing population. But the idea is to have a master plan. It's sort of like a lot of our counties do land use plans way in ahead, 50 years ahead of development. And I think that's a starting point for us.
One of our struggles, this is most interesting as we'll blend through, one of our struggles is the kids today. Let's take a look at all of our kids. How many people here, by the way, when you go on out for dinner, have kids that are all looking at these things? How many? Really? Let me ask you this. How many go out, put your hands up and tell me, how many go out, whether you're dinner or anything else, just going out in a meeting, and people never use these, and you never see anybody use these things? The reality for all of us is this thing has done, it's changed our lives, hasn't it? This darn thing has really changed our lives. And funnily enough, the youth conservation centers are to get kids that are so locked into this in the classroom at 5 years old, 8 years old, 10 years old. We have to capture them. This is hard to believe. To get away and put this damn thing down and go on outside, they're afraid. They don't know. I mean, to walk into the woods, they've never done that. Commissioner Yablonski's got a young son. Interesting. He's experienced something a little bit different. It's to break this pattern. What we're really trying to do is, this thing has changed our lives. And frankly, we need to get people, quote, and we all love it. All of us out here love it because we're used to it. We're comfortable being outside. It's how to do that.
Looking at the list up here in the policy focal areas, and also echoing what Commissioner Bergeron was saying too, one of the things for us to think about is for the last 100 years, 100 years to 50 years, we've been using the same model of wildlife conservation, habitat conservation. I mean, in 100 years ago, it was about setting the land aside. It was about creating national forests, national parks, things like that. 50 years ago, it was about regulation, legislation passed, Endangered Species Act, Wilderness Act, Clean Air, Clean Water Act, NEPA, and all those things, which was more command and control. And should conservation be evolving? Should wildlife and fish conservation be evolving? And what's the next generation? If the first generation was just about setting it aside, and then the next one was about more regulatory, is it this, as Commissioner Bergeron was talking, incentive-based? You see the list up here, and you talk about words like innovation and making wildlife an asset and private land management. And again, going back to the next great frontier being, what can we do to sort of encourage landowners in an incentive way, not in a command and control way, not in a heavy-handed government way, to be that partner with all the public resources that have been done. And again, it's going to be different. It's going to be, but if we're not the innovative agency here, if we're not the ones at this level pushing that, I'm not sure who it is, because the model's been successful to date.
This is
But
what-
success is never final. I mean, success is a process, as you said, that you keep moving to keep success
Now,
going.
innovation, if I might just blend in, innovation takes courage. Innovation to step up. This country 50 years ago, as of Friday, Jack Kennedy was assassinated. He stepped forward in this country and frankly was unafraid and opened an entire new frontier, certainly with segregation and all the other things that this country had to embrace. That took courage. We need to do the same thing. And frankly, since that time, when he said, ask what your country, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country, we've reversed this whole thing. We as a government have stepped into regulation. We've regulated and regulated and regulated. And frankly, if you take a look at the Everglades, there's over here to my right, we talk about regulation. We have to figure out how to deal with that regulation and all the specificity of the, quote, rules, whether it's Army Corps or whatever it would be. Government is just, we need to open all that up and find out how we can, with courage and not being afraid to step in and say, okay, this government agency, and we're part of this thing. We've had enough of that. We want we want to change this.
Yeah, well, in order to provide opportunities in the future, where our youth, our future generations, if we can put together a master plan, and we don't want to do something where we're putting a cloud over people without an incentive, okay? But if we can target those most valuable properties that is pristine with God's created landscaping, with wetlands, with all the wildlife. Because, you know, to go in and restore something costs a lot of money. So you look at the state of Florida, you put together the most valuable resources for the future to provide opportunities, and you can set up a metric system to where if we go into conservation easements with willing property owners or purchases, the metric system on a conservation easement can be valued based upon the highest level of landscape, wetlands, wildlife, and how it affects endangered species. So now you're preserving the most valuable resources in the state. We're not out there on the edge of development because someone's going to develop something. You know, it's not in conflict with future growth, economical growth, and job opportunities. And of course, those lands are much more valuable in price line than the true resources that do not have entitlements and very little altered. And you get the biggest bang for the buck for future access for our hunters, bird watchers, fishing, hunting, camping with a primitive experience, and you're getting the biggest bang for the buck.
It's how to take these things, as Commissioner Bergeron saying, is to open these areas up at the same time, respect the private landowners, give them an incentive, open these things up. Commissioner Bergeron.
The incentive is the least amount that you alternate your land in the future, the higher value it has in a conservation easement. There's an incentive not to alter your land.
See, that's the beauty between the public and the private, how we can have both work together. Commissioner Brevard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo one of the points that Commissioner Bergeron made, and that is that, you know, preservation and conservation is not at all inconsistent with economic growth. And, you know, our governor is out there every day selling the state of Florida, trying to recruit companies to come here to create jobs, and has had a lot of success with that. And we've all, I'm sure, heard at different times the remarks that he makes. And, you know, he loves to always say, why wouldn't a company want to move to Florida? I mean, you know, we've got great weather, we have the beaches, we have low taxes, and we have these natural resources. And I think, you know, we need to be looking for ways to market ourselves in those types of discussions, because, and I'll give you an anecdote, in Panama City, which is where I'm from, you know, it's a small place, we've got great resources there. there was a jobs announcement Monday that the governor was in town for, and there's a high-tech company that actually a guy in Panama City started, Mr. Brilliant guy, and developed this company, and he attracted an investor, and the thing has really grown. And there was a fork in the road where they wanted him to move his company out of Florida, but he loves living in Florida, in particular Panama City, which I highly recommend. And his point was he built his company, and there were a lot of reasons he could have made the decision to go somewhere else, but he wanted to live there. And the location for the company that now is going to, over the next few years, generate somewhere between 300 to 1,000 new jobs, high-tech jobs that are, average salary $75,000 plus, which for Panama City is a huge deal. And so their office is right on San Andrew Bay. It is just an unbelievable view that they have, and it's a Google-type atmosphere, where if you go in there wearing a coat and tie, they kick you out. I mean, it's, but these people that are moving here and being recruited, part of the way he's able to recruit employees to come to the company is because they can go out on their kayaks, after work right on the bay, and take advantage of the fishing and all of the natural resources that we have in our area. And so to me, that just proves the point that what we're talking about, I mean, if we don't do our job of, conserving these resources, then over time, that's no longer, a recruitment tool. And so to me, they completely coexist. And if anything, we ought to be doing more in working with, the development that's going to be inevitable and highlighting how important these resources that we are responsible for are, for the long run. So
Absolutely, and I'll be brief. But it certainly is not our goal. It should be our goal to work with the development community, economic growth, and jobs. And it should be our goal to work that we have that too. And, I've seen many instances that has allowed growth to come without impact to our natural resources. I've seen right here in Broward County, working with South Florida Water Management, I've seen different water elevations as we moved westbound from the east side of Broward County at 3.0 to 3.5 to 4.0 to 4.5 to 5.0 as we approach the Everglades to raise water levels to counterbalance seepage through hydrostatic pressure, where development could continue but not impact the Everglades that our forefathers drew a line in 1949.
The neat thing is you've lived through this balance, and Commissioner Rivard blended in and said, our governor is looking and saying, we want to take our state of 18 million people, and we've got California, New York, Texas. We want to be the leading light, and we've got those tremendous advantages of these resources in our state. A good example is he got the national headquarters of Hertz to move right down here to Fort Myers. And they were most interested because of, quote, the opportunity in the United States for travel, and certainly Hertz with Florida, we have that. But they like the outdoors, and they got people that said, we want to move from Ohio and the Midwest and come down here. So this balance,
Mr. Chair, maybe one of the things that we put on the list, and this is for Eric, is that we do find a way to become part of that economic development movement. That we have Grace Swope come here, who's our economic development commerce secretary, and say, how do we do? I mean, to have when you're recruiting a company, to have a commissioner go or Nick go or somebody go and say, hey, part of your decision to come down here is quality of life, and sit there with the governor and make the pitch. Like, you come down here, we're the fishing capital of the world. Look at the hunting opportunities you have. Look at the bird watching opportunities you'll have. I mean, don't underestimate the value of that to businesses.
that is a neat idea, Eric. If we took and said, look, Governor Scott would love this. This really is a terrific tool for all of us to say, look, how can we get the Hertzes of this world? And he just did it. He picked up that phone, he talked to the head of Hertz, and the other states, they waited, 2 or 3 days later? He literally called them up, and he called this guy up, the head of Hertz, 5 minutes after he called. And anyway, we need that type of thing, but I like the idea, I think we all do, that we've got something that other states don't have. We're the fishing capital of the world. We've got unique opportunities in wildlife.
What other state's gonna have that pitch? You know,
There you
they're actually
go.
gonna have their wildlife guys there saying, hey, this is.
I love that idea. If I may, Chairman, I sent you all a copy of a Florida Trend article that came out a few weeks ago about fishing capital of the world and that connection with economic development. I sent that to Gray Swope.
Yeah.
And his team, and we're working with him, and there are some events coming, like we're bringing ICAST to Orlando, which is the trade show for the sport fishing industry. And we're inviting those guys to come with us. I've taken one of the guys that works for Gray. He and I went to an industry summit in Minnesota with the shooting sports industry. And so that is a wonderful idea of doing more of that and bringing those guys to a meeting to talk about how we can help them, they can help us. I love that. So we can definitely.
Commissioner Pretty?
Without, and certainly, Chuck, if there's anything, Commissioner Roberts, as we look at this, and I know we're flying high here, so it's hard to sort of blend in, but it's what we'd like to do with Eric is to get, each one of us maybe would take one area and think about it, and then be able to get back, and so, Eric, do you want to, is there anything else you would like to add at this point?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm reading that there's general consensus to keep the dialogue moving, kind of the structure that has been presented. And I'm available for any of the commissioners that want to reach out or express an interest in working within any of these areas or all of these areas. Just contact me. I'll be happy to work with you and keep you plugged in on how the team is progressing and taking direction from any commissioner that would express that interest.
Okay. Looking out with everybody that's here, and each one of us come to these meetings with specific areas that are probably very action-oriented. We've got eggs here, we've got waffles, we're dealing with that. We've got coyotes, and we've got bears, and we've got various things we're dealing with, fishing. Does anybody in the public, by the way, we're wide open. This has really been an exchange up here. If anyone cares to comment on any of these things, I know that it's more strategic or philosophic than it is in the particular, so it's not the easiest thing to respond to. But it's what we're doing up here. Lyle, yeah, come on up. What we're really doing here is we're looking out and saying, this state's, we've got such unique resources. And Lyle, I'd have to ask you if you can to keep it, to short term. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Lyle McCandless. I'm the president of the Big Cypress Sportsman's Alliance. Tearing off of a couple of comments I just heard from the commissioners here, my Sportsman's Alliance are getting back on track with some swamp buggy kids safaris in the Big Cypress that we were doing. I sent out an email a couple of days ago. We got a big event at Pro Bass in Fort Myers on December the 7th. We're going to be registering kids for a free event, and we're going to be taking them on about a 2-hour morning and 2-hour afternoon trip into the Big Cypress, and we're going to feed them at my camp during the day. I've invited Commissioner Corbett and Larry Williams of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to join us on one of those trips. That way I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone, take care of the kids and you guys. And one of the written rules on my registration application, which will be enforced to the T for the kids, no electronics allowed on buggies, period. So I just wanted to make that comment, and I really think all this core thing you're talking about doing on a national level is tremendous. But I can't say enough about the critical importance of getting these kids out in the outdoors. Thank you.
Thank you, Lyle. All right, Eric, I think we can wind this up, and we're really ready now to move into our more specific.
Can I say one other thing, Mr. Chairman? I think, to make it clear on my viewpoint, we should be helping development, but we should be getting ahead of development. We should be a part of economical growth and job opportunities, the goals of our governor. And I want to thank the governor for the funding he's done for the preservation of our environment.
Yeah.
He has stepped up
Yeah.
in many times now in regards to funding for the Everglades, and funding for the Tamiami Trail and the bridges. I applaud the governor for that vision there. And I think that we can put together a plan that complements future growth, job opportunities. We can have both and designate a plan of the most pristine resources in the state of Florida that we can work with private property owners from purchasing to conservation easements and be targeting the true natural resources rather than trying to push against development. We should work with development.
Thank you. This is a model, exactly what Commissioner Bergeron just said, of how this country should be. And that is public-private, how we together can make this a better country. And this is, it's not easy to do, but just as John Kennedy did a half a century ago, is to move forward and not be afraid and step in and say, how can we make this canoe go down the river? How does it move down the river? What's new? When you hit the rapids, how do we react to it? These are the types of things that, now with this, I'd like to ask our director if he could blend that, Nick.
Yeah, yes, sir. And I think as we transition this long-range planning, strategic planning, I want from a staff perspective, we're excited about this. It's an opportunity to work with you and our stakeholders to chart a path for the future, and it's a legacy thing for all of us. So we're excited. Staff, some people think you get a little nervous about this, but staff is all over it.
You know, a neat thing. This is marvelous. Just to blend in. The staff thought, initially, this is pretty darn fearful. If you're running a government agency, and now commissioners step in and say, let's take a look at why you exist. So we had a powwow, which is marvelous. Nick, you might comment on that. And the senior staff was all together, and they said, "Oh my gosh, what's going on? What is this? What are we doing? And is this going to affect our jobs?"
And again,
and frankly, that was a marvelous meeting. They turned around and said just the opposite.
Yeah, staff is excited and sees that this has given us all an opportunity to work together. It makes sure we're in sync with you commissioners, which is critical for us. And two, it helps us an opportunity to work with stakeholders and talk about that long-range future and where we're headed. And our staff thinks about that a lot, really, because they're in it day to day, and it's a passion that we all have. So thank you for the leadership, the chairman, and your leadership in putting this on the table and saying, let's do it. We appreciate that.
Let's have fun.
Yes, sir. So, and as we transition, from a kind of a long-term planning, we're going to now look at more of a short-term planning and bring David Arnold up. And I want to say, David, as you come up, I want to make sure frame this work plan process. This is our efforts to show you kind of the things that we feel like we're working on that are in progress or we should bring forward. We've heard from you for our agendas for the next year and what we actually work on and focus on. And so this has offered great opportunity for you. If you see things here that you want to, steer one way or the other, or we miss something that's really important to you, please don't hesitate. We want to align on our next year, just like we're aligning on long-term vision. This gives us a chart of course for the next year. So David, thank you for our efforts and everybody coming together on this.
Commissioners, good morning. I appreciate the stage that has been set for this particular presentation. This is the how in the graphic that you were presented earlier. And just as a note, this is the first time in 10 years that this presentation has been at the beginning of the meeting. So I think it's really signaling where you're trying to head. You're trying to be much more strategic, much more focused, and make sure that staff are bringing things to you that are the important things. So that's what this is intended to do. It gives you kind of a glimpse of where we're at in our strategic planning effort and the type of work that we do underneath that strategic plan. The strategic plan is also very fluid, and we are trying to be responsive. Even now, we're amending phrases and words in that plan to reflect what took place in October, and we'll continue to do that in these special meetings that we have throughout the rest of this fiscal year. These policy focal areas that Eric mentioned are really going to be the things that we look at over the rest of this fiscal year and leading the way into what starts happening in July of 2014. And so you are familiar because we provided it to you with the current strategic plan where we have identified these 4 major themes of work. And these tie very nicely together with the focal areas that you've also identified in October. And as a result, we're hoping to now begin to start identifying those key things that we can point at and say, of all the other stuff that we do, which we do a lot of things that you don't actually get brought to your attention, what are those things that are really the most important things? And we want to make sure that we highlight those and continually reflect on those and bring those back to you. So these themes will guide our work. We'll be doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes, and you will then see those things that you typically see, reports on issues which we bring to your attention for your input, updates on council actions or specific initiatives that you've asked us to work on, proposed rules, draft rules, final rules, other types of things that are that small amount of regulatory actions that are needed to keep things running smoothly in the state. Also, we occasionally need your approval for land acquisitions or management plans. And also, of course, we discuss our legislative initiatives and our budget review over time. The first theme, our fish and wildlife populations and their habitats, really brings together sort of that critical element we were discussing this morning. How we manage fish and wildlife for the people. We do remind everybody constantly that this is where we bring our science in, because we want everything that we do to be based and guided by the best available science. Within the goal of ensuring sustainability of Florida's fish and wildlife populations, you will see us bringing to you revisions of gopher tortoise guidelines. For the first time, we hope to be working with the federal government on some guidelines for indigo snakes, which we currently don't have. Manatee protection, both at county-specific levels and also at the statewide level. We hope to be bringing you some information about panther management. And of course, Commissioner Pretty will be working closely with you on how we look at that and where we'll be headed with panther management. And then we have a very special role in marine turtle conservation in Florida, and we're looking to do some updating with the rules that guide the regulations that people who help us with marine turtle permit and research will be revised during the next fiscal year. We know that habitat is important, and we want to make sure, especially as Commissioner Bergeron's been reminding us, that we've identified the right habitats to preserve, and that we are always looking at ways that we can improve, where we can add in parcels, where we can take care of things through innovative strategies and ways. We may be commenting on growth management issues, other regulations from other agencies that have to do with conservation, protection, and habitat. Also, we have a very special role sometimes where wildlife has been identified that's a very critical space on the footprint of Florida, that we can identify those as critical wildlife areas. We hope to be bringing some of those to you based upon the direction that you've given us. And then we also are involved in enhancing habitat and restoring habitat. And so especially from our freshwater environment, where we're creating and enhancing new fishing areas, we'll be bringing you reports on that. We do want to continue, and you will hear from Dr. Eason this morning about our imperiled species management strategies and the planning efforts that are underway for that. We've been doing a lot of work with specific species action plans and how to integrate the conservation strategy at a high level overall. Those plans will be a focus that we bring to you next fiscal year. The public has an opportunity to nominate new species for consideration as getting onto the state list. And so if those are nominated, we would bring those to your attention and for your consideration to allow us to work on those species if necessary. We also may have specific rules to help us implement our action plans that would be brought to your attention. And then as we look across special things like the Chipola River Shoal Bass Conservation Project, we could bring reports and requests for your approval and actions. When we talk about the interactions the public has with our fish and wildlife resources, this is where we're talking about jobs and economics. Over 450,000 individuals in Florida have jobs that we believe are directly related to our fish and wildlife resources, and an economic value of over $19.7 billion. So this is very important, and staff wants to continue to provide these opportunities for citizens and visitors alike to enjoy the natural resources that are out there. We do this traditionally by providing quality hunting, fishing opportunities, giving people access to lands, trying to increase access where possible, and especially where we can identify new places for people to hunt, new opportunities, we bring those to your attention. And we also then bring to your attention when we have to adjust the rules on hunting. And Diane Eggman will be talking about that during this meeting. We, of course, are very aware, as the chairman suggested, that we need to be looking at the minimal amount of regulations. And so we very carefully review our rules every year for those that we no longer need or that need to be adjusted. And when we do things like migratory birds, we, of course, bring migratory bird rules to you in a very important way, but also in a way in which we're trying to help protect the resource and ensure that that resource is available for future generations.
David, it's neat to hear that because, as David just said, we're trying to minimize regulation. And one of our goals is to do that because we're flooded all over the country with way too much regulation. Thank you.
Well, and David, the other thing to echo that, it's just not about rolling back regulation, but it's about giving more freedom to do the activity to access. And I wasn't looking for applause, but we'll take it. One of the cool things about David's previous slide is it is my understanding that we're going to be getting 20 additional days to hunt dove this year. And so I think that's part of this exercise and trying to figure out where do we put those extra 20 days? Do we put them on the back end, the front end, in the middle to fill some of the gaps in the dove season? That's a cool thing. We are doing more of that is something that makes us excited as commissioners.
It's really neat to hear this, David. I'll be very brief. Our role, we up here, government generally creates rules. Our group up here, our commissioners are looking at this and saying, our job is to try to find out how we can do just the opposite, that we can lighten up these rules, give people, quote, freedom. And freedom is what we need. David.
Quite a bit of the background work when we're talking about rules is a lot of what we're doing is trying to help match the regulations with the user preferences, because we do have opportunities and sometimes we're managing from an abundance mentality as opposed to a scarcity mentality. So we have user preferences and we can accommodate where the public wants to hunt, when they want to hunt, adding those times and places that make the most sense. You'll hear about our deer management strategy, which again is very much based upon interactions with the stakeholders, interactions with the hunters, finding out when the best times are, what their goals are, and that guides a lot of the behind the scenes work on our regulations. We're getting some new fish management areas, and as those come online, and we're bringing in the regulations that guide people's use of those areas to harvest the abundant fish. We are doing some continued work with largemouth bass, and you know how important that is to the state of Florida and how much attention that brings. And we also, as you're very familiar, do a lot with our saltwater fisheries. So we have a very busy slide here just to sort of give you an indication of how much will be going on with saltwater fishing during the next fiscal year. And we have a lot more detail in the back of this presentation about some of these areas. But we take a look at the important things that we get because of your direction, because of what's going on with the federal government and their fishery management issues. We work on things, and then sometimes we have to continue to work on those for the next cycle. Sometimes we have to add things as a result of the input. And so here you have the proposed 2014, 2015 work plan items. And you can see those items in blue really are things we're working in partnership with the federal government on. And so between the research and the work on stock assessments that Gil and his staff do, through the management actions that we have from Jessica and her staff, we're really quite busy just in helping to do the federal regulations at the state level. But we also have things that we are in charge of, and you'll see some of those up there, that the lionfish issue, the oyster issue, a lot of interesting stuff. At this meeting, you'll hear about Biscayne Bay, and that'll continue to be in the sites for our work for the next fiscal year.
David, one of the things I think the public should know is that this commission, frankly, is probably, without question, the most complex in this state. It is, especially after Governor Bush, when when they merged the fresh water with the salt water, so we've now got the Marine Commission. If you take a look at that, you just take a look at this work plan. It's unbelievable with the amount of detail. We really want to take our hats off to staff dealing with these complexities. And each one of these commissioners, we take a look at, when we get this book for these meetings, it's staggering. I mean, we're supposed to be taking a look at not 5 or 10 different areas. When we take a look at that, there's probably 50. And this is just in one tiny little area, not tiny little area, but it's in one area. Anyway, David, well done.
It's very important for us to always, of course, remember that in order to bring fishery management recommendations to you, the underlying science is that there are stock assessments that staff work on. You can see the list of stock assessments, quite a few at the state level, but then a very long list that we do on behalf of the federal fishery management effort. So when we interact with Fish and Wildlife, and our citizens are out there, they're doing a lot of boating. You know how important boating is to Florida, and we adjust and review boating restricted area rules as needed. This is to protect the boaters, to take into consideration things like when rivers are flooded and they have to operate. We also need to take a look at the way in which local governments submit rule proposals to us, and that'll be on the list next fiscal year as well. So we want to minimize adverse environmental, social, economic, health, and safety impacts from this group of fish and wildlife that can cause problems. And so you may have seen recently that we have a number of amnesty days around the state where people who have acquired an animal no longer wish to take care of it. We don't want them to release it in the Everglades. We want them to bring it to us so that we can make sure that that animal is kept in captivity and kept away from our natural resources. We also continue to look at exotic and problematic fish and wildlife species, and we want to be sure that we can report to you things like the Lionfish Summit and others in the course of the fiscal year. We also have some of the animals that at times are creating problems because of human interactions, and so we'll bring you updates and reports such as progress on addressing issues with bear, and if we have to, perhaps bring in a suggestion on how we might modify some of the rules that deal with those negative interactions. Very important that we recognize we're sharing this responsibility for fish and wildlife conservation and management. And we do have an emphasis on developing conservation values in our youth. We certainly have already focused on that this morning. Ray is here in order to listen to any specific guidance and direction you wish to provide her. But we'll be bringing a lot of information about our reaching out to citizens and other stakeholders, about helping develop the conservation programs. But then also when we talk about our youth, we'll have periodic reports and updates on the events that we hold, the accomplishments that we have, and the way that we're continuing to expand our partners out there who help us in providing youth conservation network. Finally, we want to be a responsive organization, and we want to have a quality operation. So this is where we bring things to you to talk about how important our role as a division of law enforcement is to responding to emergencies, responding to natural disasters. You might have heard on the news there was an unfortunate aircraft that went down offshore Fort Lauderdale last night, and prominently in the news articles was the fact that the FWC is out there providing support to try and find folks, try and rescue, try to respond to these kinds of emergencies. We also do a lot of special promotions for fish and wildlife in the communities, and we think that's a very important part of the way we as an organization interact with the public. We have the unfortunate task at times of reporting to you about our budget issues, bringing legislative initiatives, of course, and then the pleasant opportunities such as Nick did in the executive director's report of saying, here's when our staff and our agency is recognized for accomplishments from both internal and external sources. So this is a very quick overview of how the work that we'll be proposing to bring to you, and we're ready to hear any suggestions or recommendations or discussions that you have.
Thank you, David. That's very well presented, very good detail. And no comment, so thank you. Lisa Pretty, Commissioner.
I just wanted to echo the importance that I think all of us place on minimizing regulations and increasing opportunities. And I think that we're going to be able to do that as we move forward because of all of the attention that we've placed on managing the wildlife and the fish that we have. If it weren't for some of those efforts and recognizing that we have problems and taking action, sometimes it's things that aren't easy to decide on. They're not always popular. It's kind of a hard pill to swallow sometimes, but I think in the long run, it's going to be worth it. And I think that we're on the commission at a great time because we have seen the recovery of so much, and we're going to have the opportunity to decrease regulations, increase opportunities from the efforts that commissioners before us had to make tough decisions about.
Thank you, Commissioner. Very good comment on regulation, and that clearly will be something that we're all going to be looking at. David, this is a very well presented plan. Commissioners, I need a motion to approve the plan. The motion has been approved and seconded. All in favor? Commissioners, I would like to move to shift our agenda just slightly and move our Everglades item next, if that would be appropriate. That's appropriate? Okay. With that, I would like to ask our director, Nick.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We are very excited about having a great discussion today about Everglades restoration. It's a critical project and effort for the state of Florida and the whole country, for that matter. I have a privilege to be able to introduce today some of our partners. And this project is such a massive undertaking for the state, for our nation. We are fortunate. We are so fortunate to have great partners, folks in leadership roles in this effort at the various agencies that are involved. And I want to introduce a few of those to you today. First, I want to introduce Colonel Tom Greco with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Colonel Greco, thank you for being here. He is our Deputy District Commander for South Florida out of the Jacksonville District, and he has done an enormous job just jumping into this and helping us move things forward. And we certainly appreciate that partnership with the Corps of Engineers, and we'll hear more about that as we move forward. I want to introduce a good friend and a wonderful representative for the Department of Interior, Shannon Espinosa. Shannon, we are so pleased that Secretary Salazar, previous Secretary of Interior, appointed you as Director of Everglades Restoration Initiative. Shannon's from this area. The Everglades is a part of her. It's in her blood and her passion. She served with the South Florida Water Management District Governing Board, and Shannon coordinates all of the Department of Interior agencies and their involvement in Everglades restoration. So thank you so much, Shannon, for being here and representing the department, and our new Secretary, Sally Jewell. Thank you. We have Bob Johnson from the National Park Service, is Director of our South Florida Natural Resources Center. Bob, thank you for being here, and I know you're also representing Dan Kimball, who's a friend of ours and a wonderful partner in all this as well. He couldn't be here, but we know he's off doing good things right now. So thank you for representing the Park Service as another critical partner. On the state side, we have Ernie Marks here. Ernie is the director of our Office of Ecosystems Projects for the Department of Environmental Protection. Ernie, thank you. Ernie's been there and helping guide and provide great input on every step we're taking on this. And our relationship with DEP, Secretary Vineyard, they're our brother agency, sister agency, however you want to look at it. We are always very close and appreciate that partnership and that support. We have Larry Williams with the Fish and Wildlife Service. Larry is the state and field supervisor for ecological services. Larry, we appreciate all you do. And commissioners, you may not know it, but Larry has been moved into more of a position where he's overseeing all the state of Florida efforts and our work with the Fish and Wildlife Service. And we appreciate him stepping up into that leadership role. And we've been working closely together for a long time on many issues, but Everglades restoration is a key element of what they do. And thank you for being here, Larry, and all you're doing. And now to another state partner, the South Florida Water Management District. We have Tom Teets. Tom, where are you? Oh, okay, Tom is the federal policy chief for the district. Thank you, Tom, for all you do, and we look forward to working more with you on this. And now, last but not least, Ernie Barnett. Ernie, where are you? I know you're here. Ernie, keep standing. I just want to say, Ernie has been a wonderful partner. We've worked with him in so many different ways over the years. He's currently serving as the assistant executive director. Ernie announced his retirement after 30 years of service at the last district meeting. He received a standing ovation for his 30 years of service in all areas, but particularly Everglades restoration. Ernie, I want to thank you, and I know our commissioners will want to thank you and all the people for all you've done, the blood, sweat, and tears. You've been there through the good, the bad, and the ugly with us, and we appreciate everything you've done and look forward. I know you're not done with your career, and we look forward to working with you in any new endeavors you take on. So thank you so much. We'll hear from you later, but I wanted to. And with that, I will turn this over to Scott Sanders. Scott is going to come, I believe, and give you working with Commissioner Bergeron, is going to give you an overview of kind of where we're going with our part of the Everglades restoration package. So thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like to say a few words before Scott.
Absolutely.
I'm going to kind of tag team with Scott through
Okay.
this. First, I want to thank the commission for giving me the honor to be the point commissioner over one of the largest restoration jobs in the history of the world.
We couldn't have anybody better qualified, living right smack in the center of it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I took you on that nice tour yesterday of 80 miles, and thank God I had you because I got lost and you got us out of there. You know? But, you know, we're talking about one of the natural wonders of the world. And I know the goal of the mission of all our federal partners, which I want to thank, and all of our sister agencies. This is one of the greatest undertakings anywhere in the whole world to preserve one of the natural wonders of the world. And I think as we go forward and as we increase our communication, I think, like I've told the governor in the past, if we can send someone to the moon in a rocket ship, we ought to be able to save our environment. And I'm very honored to be in that position. The thing here is our agency, the FWC, we look at the global Everglades, which includes Kissimmee River, Lake Okeechobee, the Caloosahatchee, St. Lucie, Indian River Lagoon, Central Everglades, Everglades National Park, Big Cypress. And I think as we move forward, that all of our federal partners and our state sister agencies, we have to be looking at the global Everglades. And in any part of the global Everglades that we have to have minimum impact for the benefit of the global Everglades. We all have to work together. Otherwise, it's a trickle-down effect. And as we all seen this year, with the highest water levels ever recorded in July, early in our rainy season, the problems and the difficulties that we incurred and the impact to our wildlife and our environment and ecology and our endangered species. So I think as we move forward, I want to thank the staff. I want to thank you, Nick, for giving us the extra expertise to go back to 1943 and take every scientist and every biologist over 6 decades. And what was so interesting, which is very unusual, that every scientist, every biologist come up with a operational water level that was compatible with the environment, the ecology, our wildlife, and all of our endangered species. That's pretty unusual.
That last statement is the key to this whole thing.
Well, it is the key to the whole thing because Everglades restoration has many goals and missions. But the highest one is the preservation of the environment. It's called Everglades restoration. It does include water for the benefit of people and storm flood protection. But the highest priority is the environment. And if we can establish the operational water levels that's compatible with our environment, our ecology, our wildlife, and all of our 68 endangered species, we can accomplish that goal. If we don't adhere to the proper management of water in the Everglades, we will only accomplish preservation of water and flood control. So as we proceed through this, I'm really, really proud of our staff for putting together 6 decades of technical information from scientists and biologists, and I look forward to working with you through this stuff. So, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you. Our presentation?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm here today to provide you with an update on Everglades restoration. As you know, and as you've heard from Commissioner Bergeron, South Florida experienced record rainfall earlier this year. This prolonged, extreme high water levels have led to challenging water management issues throughout the greater Everglades ecosystem. The Everglades and Francis S. Taylor Wildlife Management Area, which is by far and away our largest wildlife management area in the state, which also comprises the majority of the central Everglades, had to be closed to public access as a result of these extreme high water conditions. As these high water conditions persisted over the months in the summer, the wildlife and the habitats they depend on were increasingly stressed. Commissioner Bergeron led numerous efforts to rally support and action to alleviate these conditions by finding ways to move more water through the central Everglades and south of the Tamiami Trail to Everglades National Park in the Florida Bay. In this presentation today, we want to provide you with some background on this ecosystem and our involvement as a state fish and wildlife agency working with our partners in this effort. We'll talk about the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, or CERP. We'll discuss the Central Everglades Planning Project, also referred to as CEP. We'll discuss in some depth how water plays a very vital role in the management of the fish and wildlife and their habitats of this area. And then we will identify some, what we would like to refer to as hydrologic requirements for fish and wildlife in Everglades Wildlife Management Area. I'm here today representing a team of staff, FWC staff, that along with the GFC staff before them, have 6 decades of experience managing the Everglades Wildlife Management Area. They have managed the public use of this almost 700,000 acre area. They have conducted prescribed burns, controlled exotic vegetation. They've conducted scientific studies, and they've monitored the area's wildlife and habitat resources. Given the wetland nature of this area, they have carefully monitored and evaluated the effects of water levels on the plant and animal communities of the area. Water is the most important feature in this as far as the effects and the function of this ecosystem. However, it is very important to understand that the FWC does not manage the water levels in this area. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and South Florida Water Management District have responsibility for managing the water. To add to the complexity, these agencies are charged with maintaining a viable water supply that meets state water quality standards, controlling floodwaters, and providing the water necessary to restore the Everglades. We view these agencies as our partners in managing this area. The stated goal of the CERP is to capture fresh water that now flows unused to the ocean and the Gulf and redirect it to areas that need it the most. Most of the water will be devoted to environmental restoration, reviving this dying ecosystem. The FWC strongly supports this goal. However, we believe that the needs of the area's wildlife and habitat resources must be clearly understood and prominently factored into CERP to achieve this goal. Although I'm focusing this update on the Central Everglades, it is important to understand the larger geographic context. The South Florida ecosystem, or Greater Everglades, stretches from Orlando through the Florida Keys. It encompasses the Kissimmee River, Lake Okeechobee, the Everglades, Florida Bay, and coral reefs of the Florida Keys. This system includes the largest contiguous sawgrass prairie in North America, the largest mangrove ecosystem in the Western Hemisphere, the most significant breeding grounds for tropical wading birds in North America, and the largest wilderness area east of the Mississippi River, Everglades National Park. Much of this area has been greatly altered by engineered flood control and water storage. And much of the water has seen distribution for agriculture and urban development. These alterations to the ecosystem have had negative impacts on the area's habitat and fish and wildlife resources. The area now has 69 threatened and endangered species. There's degraded water quality in the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie estuaries, including the Indian River Lagoon and Florida Bay. There have been declines in commercial fisheries in Biscayne Bay and the Florida Keys. A 90% reduction in wading bird populations, a decline in Lake Okeechobee water quality, and a 70% decline in the water flowing through this ecosystem. This slide depicts the area of concern. It depicts how the water historically flowed through this ecosystem, how it currently has flowed through this ecosystem since flood control and water supply canals, levees have been put into place, and depicts how through the comprehensive Everglades plan, we would try to restore the quality, quantity, timing, and distribution of water to more closely mimic historic flows. The problem is that roughly half of the original extent of the Everglades has been converted to development and agriculture. This presents a significant challenge to water managers charged with providing water supply, flood control, and at the same time managing water in and through this vast wetland system in a way that mimics historic patterns. Infrastructure, including canals, levees, and roadways, impede the sheet flow that was once characteristic of this ecosystem. FWC staff that manage the Everglades Wildlife Management Area have documented the importance of quality, quantity, timing, and distribution of the water to the area's plant and animal communities. These staff have also documented hydrologic conditions that promote the area's wildlife and habitat diversity, as well as the conditions that have resulted in negative impacts to these natural resources. Degradation of this globally significant natural resource, coupled with increasing challenges for water managers to provide clean water and flood control for a rapidly growing human population, has led public and private sector scientists, landowners, and other stakeholders to come together to develop plans that would restore the Greater Everglades. The restoration plans for this area are complex and will take a great deal of time to implement and see outcomes. FWC staff have been and will continue to work closely with all of our partners in this effort. By contributing our fish and wildlife expertise to this collaborative effort, we recognize the expertise of our water management partners and are fortunate today to have one of the well-recognized experts on Everglades restoration here to provide you with more details on some of the primary activities associated with Everglades restoration. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Ernie Barnett, Assistant Executive Director of the South Florida Water Management District. Thank you.
Commissioners, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here today. And what I'd like to do in my short portion of this presentation is to provide a little bit of context to the bigger policy issues that you're addressing today as far as the implementation of the Central Everglades Plan, to give a little bit of background and history of some of what we call the foundation projects that have to be built and implemented in order for the Central Everglades Plan to work, and as well as how that all fits into the context of the overall comprehensive Everglades restoration planning process. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that implementing these restoration projects truly are an interagency and multi-stakeholder effort. The Army Corps of Engineers is the lead federal agency on some of the projects, as is the the U.S. Department of Interior and National Park Service as well. And then we as local sponsor work very closely with our state agency partners, the Department of Environmental Protection, as well as the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. So we are very thankful to be part of this interagency team. And I think one of the probably key projects to kind of understand as it relates to flowing water through the Everglades, and that's exactly what we're trying to do, as Scott so well presented, is to re-establish the historic flows that have been artificially diverted east and west to bring as much flow back through the heart of the system and mimic the natural hydro periods and hydro patterns that occurred prior to the drainage system being put in place. The C-111 South Dade project actually goes back to the early 60s. It was changed in authorization in 1988, and then a subsequent change in authorization to 1996. The project continues to evolve, but the real key is what it does is build a series of detention and buffer areas, as well as pumping and conveyance capacity to build exactly what Commissioner Bergeron was talking about along the edge of the Everglades in Broward County, is a hydrostatic sort of barrier to hold that good, clean Everglades water in, and then provide flood protection to a very viable agricultural area in South Dade, as well as other populated areas like Homestead and Florida City. It involves a series of smaller contracts that most have been built. We work very closely with our federal partner, the Army Corps of Engineers, and to date we've completed 7 major contracts that have built features of that. And the reason we wanted to highlight this one is if you see it on the map, this area here, contract 8, the northern detention area, that is the next key thing that we're going to work together with the Army Corps to implement and complete, because that provides a direct linkage to the projects to the north, which I'm about to talk about next, modified water deliveries. There is an area here called the 8.5 square mile area. This is the southern end of the next project, Mod Waters we'll talk about. This area, in order to have restoration flows flow through the deepest parts of Shark Slough, needs to have flood mitigation. So a flood mitigation canal and levee were built, but we need to have the conveyance capacity to connect flows to actually bring the waters down into the lower end of the system. And until this critical piece of infrastructure is built, a lot of the other major projects that we need to implement to restore flows to the system will have to wait. And the good news is we've made great progress with the Corps and working forward in a path to get this contract done. And Senator Negron recently in his committee recommendations recognizes the importance of this as well. So that brings us to the next sort of foundation project. And as I mentioned, it interconnects with the C-111 South Dade. And essentially what this project is designed to do is redistribute flows that have artificially been diverted by the L67 canals. And historically, the deepest part of the Everglades flows moved through what now is Conservation Area 3A, 3B, into Shark Slough. And they've been diverted over to, instead of sheet flowing across a 22-mile front, they've been artificially moved over here to the western portions of Taniani Trail. The reason for that is quite simple. In 1949, when the park was designated, this area here was private property and was not included in the park boundary. So they couldn't discharge flows on top of private property. In 1989, Congress, Congressman Dante Fascell passed the Modified Water Deliveries project as part of the Everglades National Park Expansion Act, which brought all of this property into the park boundary, and then the Department of Interior has acquired probably 99% or the vast majority of the property within that area. There's a few small outstanding parcels they continue to work on, but we now have the ability to move more water through this area. So one of the key components of this project is key features is the construction of a 1 mile bridge, which will allow the flows to move through the L29 canal and into this part of the park. And also a pump station here, the S355A and B were designed to bring water from 3A into the canal. Ray's Tiger Tail Camp, we work very closely with the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians to make sure that the additional flows would not cause any adverse effects to their housing areas. The degradation of the lower 4 miles of the L67 extension, construction of the S356 pump station, which is designed as more flows are brought into this area to capture seepage water and re-deliver it back into the Everglades. And then, of course, as I mentioned prior, the flood mitigation features the 8.5 square mile area. And then the key feature has been the construction of the 1 mile bridge. And that will be actually formally completed this month or next month. And with that, the major features that the Army Corps and the National Park Service has determined necessary for this project to fully function will be in place. We do have two hard constraints that we're working through. One, as I mentioned, is completing the contract date. So as more water is brought into this area, we have the ability through the S357 pump station to pump into that detention area to the south to not cause flooding. And we have a water quality issue that we've been working through. There has been a long-standing litigation between the that was settled, and we have judicial oversight of what we call the USA case. We are required to meet a very stringent water quality standard in this area, and what we're trying to do is make sure as we reshift flows around that we don't inadvertently cause a water quality violation to toward the state's obligations under the settlement agreement. But we've had those dialogues, and the folks at the federal government have been very understanding and receptive, and we need to continue to make progress. But with the resolution of our compliance with the water quality, and keep in mind, we don't believe it's a water quality issue. It's a how do you properly measure compliance issue, and that completion of contract date, this key project can go forward. So that brings us to the Everglades Restoration Plan. SEP is just simply formulating 4 concurrent projects within the framework of the Central Everglades Plan. The 2 projects I just mentioned are assumed to be built and in place and operational for the other SEP features to work and SERP features to work. SERP was authorized, just approved as a framework for restoration in 2000 as part of the Water Resources Development Act, with the understanding of more detailed project implementation and development would go forward. It does involve 68 different project components. The primary concept is quite simple. As Scott mentioned, we've rerouted water, and very little water gets into the heart of the Everglades. In simple terms, there's about 2 million acre-feet of water that used to stay within the system and either recharge the groundwater or slowly flow through the Everglades and make its way toward Florida Bay. Today, that 2 million acre-feet is artificially diverted through the canal systems, mostly east and west. About 60% of the water that leaves the system goes out to the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie estuaries. About 20% is used for water supply, agriculture, and public purposes. And then only about 20% actually makes it into the Everglades. That 2 million acre-feet represents about 1.7 billion gallons of water per day. So we have a system that very efficiently removes water from the landscape, and our goal through the Everglades restoration is to keep that water within the system, keep it flowing through the Everglades. The primary features are storage to capture those flows, treatment to make sure we're meeting the water quality standards as we re-deliver that water back into the Everglades. Remove barriers to sheet flow, which you'll see as part of the Central Everglades plan. The Miami River backfilling is a key part of that. And then seepage management to hold that good clean water in the Everglades and not cause flooding events off-site. So with that, I'd be happy to, at the end, to answer any questions, and I'll turn it back over to Scott.
I have a few questions, first of all, I want to thank y'all for all of the assistance through many, many years that we've been dealing with South Florida water management. I want to thank Ernie Marks as well for the DEP. With all these extreme high water events, obviously the lack of water in Everglades National Park and Florida Bay dying from lack of water. You know, back in 1948, 1949, our forefathers drew a line. And they said inside these levees will be preserved forever. And outside will be drained for agriculture, development, safety, and welfare to the general public. Brought on by the 47 flood, where there was actually 6 foot of water in our house, I can remember. And in 1948, we only had 4 foot of water. So what we're looking at today and the mission and goal, we're actually pumping the half that we chose to drain on top of the half we chose to save with the same amount of rain as we had 100 years ago with half the area. And it's a very complicated metric system to Everglades restoration. The thing in this whole and what we're presenting today is a targeted operational water level that's compatible with the environment, the ecology, all of our wildlife, and 69 endangered species. One of the most important things is mod waters, and to be able to equalize these water levels with shared impacts, shared adversity, and equalization of water levels. Because what we're confronted with constantly is quantity of water issues, which is sudden death to an environment when there's 3 foot of water in a panther habitat. And lack of water at Everglades National Park and Florida Bay dying from lack of water. I think we've spent about $500 million on mod waters. Where are we at in regards to getting the benefit of mod waters, being able to utilize the 1 mile bridge that sits there today? Where are we at to where one of the most important things in my eyes as a man that's been in that environment for 65 years and as an engineering contractor with a very high technical background, understanding how do we keep it alive as we go through 3 decades and the largest restoration in the history of the world. One of the key issues is being able to implement mod waters.
Yeah, Commissioner, and you're right on point. That is I think the most immediate near-term improvement to the system that we can implement to deal with these high water events would be the implementation of Modified Water Deliveries Project. The status of that is most all of the construction will be complete in this calendar year. So what is left is developing the operational plan, getting that operational plan implemented. The 2 constraints, and it's why I started with the C-111 South Dade project, is we can't fully operate and develop an operational plan for modified water deliveries until we resolve the project to the south and provide the getaway, the detention area that the southernmost end of modified water deliveries, 8.5 square mile area, flood mitigation features can then discharge into the detention area to the south. So that's the critical next step is, and you'll hear us talk about Contract 8. It's actually Contract 8 of the C-111 South Dade project is our next, it's in our scope. It's our next target that we're looking at, and we're going to bring to bear all of the efforts between us, the Army Corps of Engineers. We're already having communications all the way up to the Assistant Secretary of the Army to make sure that we have our cost share balance in place and the proper funds in place to actually let the construction contracts as soon as possible to build that last feature. So once that's done, there will be no mechanical obstacle for us fully implementing Mod Waters but we still have to legally resolve the water quality issue of the, what you'll hear called Appendix A. It's Appendix A of the settlement agreement that we entered into with the federal government in 1992 that implements the resolution of the United States lawsuit on water quality in the Everglades. And quite simply, to be clear, what the state and the Water Management District is asking for is not relief from Appendix A. Appendix A is a mathematical formula that calculates what concentrations and flows should be based on what was in place at the time of the agreement. And I think there's agreement with the federal parties, as we change the location and volumes of flow, that formula is now antiquated and needs to be updated and properly predict compliance with the water quality standards. And so that is the next legal step. Those two things being achievable, and I believe they are, once we work through those issues, then modified water deliveries can be fully implemented. One thing I should have also mentioned, and we're very appreciative of the governor, and of course Senator Negron has voiced his support as well, is in addition to that project, we then will be able to, once those issues are resolved, we can also implement the additional 2.6 miles of bridging on the trail, which will allow us to raise the canal stages in the L29, pull more water out of 3A and provide relief and bring water into Northeast Shark River Slough, probably roughly around 4,000 CFS during the wettest of conditions. And that will provide amazing flexibility in operations for the water schedules within the wildlife management area in 3A to the north, and as well as we share the same concerns with the Mississippi tribe of those high stages in 3A as well. So all of these things are starting to fall into place, and we're very close to resolving that. One last project I failed to mention in this presentation, but as we move forward with that, another key project that we can all wrap our arms around, because we're right at the end, we've made about a complimentary $600 million investment on this other project as well, is the Kissimmee River restoration. So as we hold more water in the Kissimmee Basin like it naturally did, then the lake levels won't rise as much, and will alleviate some of the harm that happens to the estuaries with the catastrophic releases that we have as well. Now, those two projects each are in roughly the $20 million each price tag to finish those two projects. I'm talking about just the state's contribution. There's still federal funds for construction. So 20 to 40 each at the max. So these are at the end of the road where we made all those prior investments, where we should, with a small additional investment, we'll be able to reap the benefit of those projects going forward.
So my question is, when can we implement Mod Waters? When will these projects you're talking about, what is the timeline on that?
Once we can work out the funding, which is critical, and the district has put aside money to finish contract 8. We have about $9.5 million. We probably need about another 10. So however we can work out getting those funds in place, work out our cost share negotiations we're going on with the Corps, there should be nothing in our way to begin construction of that. Your guess is as good as mine, if the actual start date of construction, but it's not a real elaborate construction project either. It's the things you've done in your business, build small levee impoundments. So I'm hopeful, that we can hopefully, within the next year see movement on construction of that key feature, but it's going to take resolution of a very critical policy issue on water quality as well to get that through in cost share discussions. But we're going up, myself and our executive director are going up this month to meet with Ms. Darcy and see what we can do about formalizing the path forward to get the contract entered into as soon as possible.
Right. Well, that's would seem like an extreme high priority. One of the things I'm concerned about, we have SAP Central Everglades, which is a great project. Which is the long-term saving of the Central Everglades. My concern is without being able to move water, with all these events, my concern for the Central Everglades is that we're drowning all the wildlife. Going back into the 60s, 1982, the Mercy Kill, 1994, we drowned 98% of everything that lives in the Everglades. And a wading bird don't have a 3-foot leg as well. And Everglades National Park is dying from lack of water, and Florida Bay is dying from lack of water. We know that the Everglades restoration is a 30-year, could be 40 years to be able to approve it, fund it, build it, in order to keep the Everglades alive, Central Everglades, Everglades National Park, and to give relief to the north. The more water that we let out the bottom end, obviously, that's how you get relief to the top end. Is there any way that we can have a 2-step process in order to have an emergency policy on how we operate in 100-year acts of God, unusual hydrology that could massacre the wildlife and destruction of God's creation, where we can move water when it reaches a certain water level and deviate from normal operations on temporary basis. The ultimate is when we can implement mod waters permanently with no restrictions. But if we can't get an emergency policy on extreme high water, we could destroy the Central Everglades before we get it approved, funded, and built over the next 17 to 20 years. The environment has taken tremendous impacts. Not only the Central Everglades, but Everglades National Park from lack of water in Florida Bay. How can we all work together with our federal partners, the U.S. Corps, Department of the Interior, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, South Florida Water Management, DEP, FWC, the water management agencies and the wildlife management agencies? How can we move forward where we have an emergency policy to keep our environment from these catastrophic events while we're developing restorating the largest restoration in the history of the world? And that's a very key thing. How can we do that?
Well, I think it is what, in due in large part to your involvement in leadership. I think we need to, none of these are either or propositions. Mod waters we need to finish as soon as possible. It will ameliorate some of the need for emergency actions because we're going to develop a regulation schedule and operational protocols for those features that will provide more flexible operations than any emergency action we could ever take. So goal 1, let's get that done. In the meantime, I'm a firm believer that you plan for a crisis when it's not a crisis. We've made it through this event, so we should continue the dialogue and discussion about what emergency procedures or protocols, heaven forbid, another event like this happens prior to mod waters being implemented. I'm one that's hopeful that it will be implemented prior to the next event. Let's make that happen. Not if it happens again next year, no, we're not ready, but these are cyclical events and it looks like we're going into a bit of a dry condition. Let's continue to plan to formulate if there's any sort of existing protocols we can follow. I would be remiss if I didn't brag about the men and women I work with and that you worked alongside of, Commissioner, day and night through this event, where we did everything possible working with the Corps and the National Park to route as much water as we could through the system, and I think we made a difference. We cut the gap in Old Caney Trail, we moved water from the lake, we made discharges out of the water conservation areas. And then the third piece is the planning effort is exactly that. It's a longer term endeavor. This is, Central Everglades will provide even more benefit as we go forward and allow more water to move through the system. And it is a longer term proposition. All of those things can continue to move forward, in unison. But you do, as you laid out, let's finish mod waters as quick as possible, develop whatever sort of adaptive protocols we could put in place to deal with the next emergency, and then be strategic as how we plan forward to really fixing the system in a much more better way. So I think you encapsulated exactly the strategy that we need going forward.
But my question here is, coming next year again, and every year, due to the restriction of the flow at the Tamiami Trail, my question is there any way that we can work with our federal partners, establish an emergency policy, even if we have to go to Washington, to the Department of Justice, to the judge that has the order, and under force majeure in the judge's order, can we develop an extreme high water emergency policy that we have the flexibility to keep this environment alive as we proceed forward to finish up whatever is necessary for Mod Waters? I think it's extremely important. In my viewpoint, we could destroy it before we get all of the projects implemented. And it would seem like that we should have the emergency policy that gives our the U.S. Corps and South Florida Water Management the ability to not be handcuffed when we're in these extreme conditions where there's 3 foot of water in a panther habitat.
Yeah, the Corps has a formal process to do a deviation from the regulation schedule. I was agreeing with you that that's something that we could pursue see what opportunities are there, with the Corps, to see if through implementation of the existing regulation schedules for 3A, 3B, is there any opportunity to have some sort of off-the-shelf thing we can pull as we go into another one of these events? We've made that commitment. We've had those discussions. We got pretty far down the road with a deviation now. The one thing we need to be careful of is that we're close to getting a lot of operational flexibility with these features in place. It's the old adage, when you pull one string, a whole other thing can come unraveled, and it's not just as simple as the Corps balances, as do we, water supply, flood protection, public health, safety, and welfare. And what we don't need and can't do is to reroute water in ways that flood communities, flood businesses, and those types of things. But I'm only here 6 more weeks. I've been blessed with a 30-year career and 20 some odd years working on these issues. But I think that the agency would certainly be willing to continue to dialogue and work and see what operational flexibility we can develop with the Corps.
Well, with a man like you should be able to get it done in that time frame.
I have put two items on my tick list to hopefully resolve. And
see, Commissioner Bergeron does not want you to retire.
Yeah.
He wants you to stay right with this, or
Chairman, nobody retires from Everglades Restoration. We can keep going out. But anyway, we'll continue to work with you.
Well, the other thing, Ernie, and we've talked about it for many years, and first of all, I want to compliment South Florida Water Management, and you in particular, because every time we've got into these extreme high water conditions, you all have done everything humanly possible. But the fact of the matter is that there is a lot of ability to move the road. You have no spreader that relieves the back pressure off of that infrastructure to allow water to seek the least amount of resistance and actually flow parallel to the road and overflow in the lowest topographical elevation, which are your sloughs, which you get a perfect distribution of water. And you actually are spreading the nutrients across the 30 miles under the conditions with no maintenance easement, no getaways, and the old Tamiami Trail sitting out in front of it. You have all that existing infrastructure that's nearly non-functional.
the neat thing is that the detail can only get to this level of detail with an engineering background.
Well,
And if anybody's got the engineering background, you do. If you don't mind, Commissioner Priddy,
Let me finish one
Okay,
other thing while I'm on that. These 12s are there in the final product of the Tamarack Fair. And we need the capacity of those S12s. We need the capacity of the 19 structures between the L31 and the L67. We need a maintenance easement up in the whole state of Florida that doesn't have a maintenance easement. And that would allow water to flow with our existing system, more flow. That would minimize all these impacts to the Central Everglades. It would reduce them, and it would reduce the impacts of Everglades National Park, really from lack of water, and Florida Bay from dying from lack of water. It would allow water to run parallel to the road to where you can achieve your quality of water issues much better than confining that direct discharge. And it's a very minor amount of cost for our existing infrastructure to function. And over time, we can fund the bridges, but in the meantime, we have the ability to keep this environment alive and keep
well said.
equalized water levels with shared adversity and shared impacts globally. When we come up to the rainy season next year, are we going to be able to raise the L29, get the benefits of the bridge, relax the trigger well? Are we going to be in that position to have something in our toolbox?
Well, we hope to get the S3273 testing done as soon as possible. I can't tell you that they'll be, we'll be in a position to, it'll be up to the discussions with the Corps on the regulation schedule. Some of the features you talked about, interestingly enough, the removal of the old Tammy Trail and some of those things are actually features of the SET plan, and so there'll be benefits that accrue from that as well. My only point I would make, your most immediate and achievable benefits is implement mod waters. You'll have far more operational flexibility once that gets done. The commission, I think, has been a strong supporter. Your continued support of finding reasonable solutions to the Appendix A water quality compliance issue, and then working together to make sure we can get all of our cost share agreements and everything else worked out with the Corps and the funding to finish contract date. That is the biggest take-home message I would have. You'll have far more flexibility than you have today with those two things done in place. And if you want to look at a reasonable milestone of your next achievable thing to better manage water in that part of the system, those are the things that you can do. All these other things are great ideas, and we need to continue discussing them and working through them, but your most immediate benefit is to finish modified water deliveries, finish contract date, fully implement modified water deliveries, and resolve some of the water quality issues. One last little thing, and I apologize for taking so much time. When you talk about water quality problems in that part of the system, the layperson doesn't really have any concept of what we're talking about. And we're talking about phosphorus, and we're talking about parts per billion. So most water quality standards are the parts per million. In a rare case where it's a carcinogen, it might be a part per quadrillion or part per trillion, but we're talking parts per billion, which is very, very small. And just to illustrate, we're trying to achieve roughly a 10 part per billion ambient condition. The 7 of you, if you pretended for a moment you were a phosphorus molecule and the rest of the world's population was water, you would be 1 part per billion. So roughly 70 people compared to the world's population is 10 parts per billion. That's how clean the water needs to be to flow through the system to not cause an impact. And that part of the system, it's that clean. Yeah, natural variability, it might jump up to 12 or 13 and drop down to 6 or 7. By and large, it ranges way below 10 parts per billion in that part of the system. We're talking about just shifting that flow around a little bit. So it's really, we're not really dealing with, in my humble opinion, in that part of the system, the same types of monumental water quality problems you might have in other parts of the area. So that's why I'm very hopeful, we'll be able to work out the technical discussions with our federal partners to get relief of that. But that's got to happen. And so any policy statement that y'all make to say in support of developing a measure methodology that accurately represents compliance with water quality standards at that interface between the state Everglades and the national park Everglades would be very helpful.
Well, let me, and I apologize, Mr. Chairman, but
No, take your time, go ahead.
you know, I see South Florida getting slammed and the U.S. Corps getting slammed. And a lot of people don't realize with Appendix A and the quality of water issues, the Cape Sable Sparrow, we shut all the S12 gates. We have no maintenance easement to let the existing infrastructure function. We got all these different gyros going on that's affecting the global Everglades, okay? If all of us could go to Washington, whether it's the Department of Justice, the judge, whoever it is, and get an emergency policy, understand what we are allowed to do, because we're all following procedures. And I see the Corps getting slammed constantly. Yeah, you know, nobody can understand why there's 3 foot of water in a panther habitat and Everglades National Park dying from lack of water in Florida Bay. And we get into these rainy seasons and we keep impacting this environment and the ecology and all our wildlife and all our endangered species. If we can all go together as a team and develop an emergency policy when we hit these extreme high water, which will happen again next year, it happens every year, where we can keep this environment alive. I think if we want to save the Everglades, we're heading forward with SEP, and we're heading forward with $2 billion to save the Central Everglades and give Everglades National Park 210,000 acre feet of water. And we need to do all that. We look at the global Everglades, but we gotta have an emergency policy. Now this year, through all this extreme high water, I compliment you for everything you did. You did miracles to get that water level down just before every deer island went underwater. All the refuge for fur-bearing animals. We barely did it, and God helped us. And you were able to do that because it quit raining. Because some of the things you were doing, you couldn't do when it was raining. You even reversed water going to the east at the dividing line and not coming to the west. And I compliment y'all. You did everything humanly possible. But without us going together as the U.S. Corps, South Florida War Management, the DEP, the FWC, going together to have this toolbox to keep this environment alive till Mod Waters is implemented, where we have that ability to protect this environment and keep it alive, we will destroy it before we get it approved, funded, and built. And it's very, very serious, I can tell you. And if we don't get that toolbox, then let all our stakeholders from the Kissimmee River to the Caloosahatchee, the St. Lucie, Indian River Lagoon, all of this water that's backing up in our system, let's let them go to whoever will not let us do it. We gotta have this toolbox. We gotta be able to raise the L29, relax the trigger well, and be able to move water when we're at least in extreme high water that destroys our environment. We've got to have that toolbox. And let all the public go to whoever's going to stop us, because it's very frustrating to me every year. And South Florida gets slammed, the Corps gets slammed, and nobody understands that we can't move water. And I think that is, we can keep this environment alive as we go through Everglades restoration for the next 3 decades. We can do it, but we gotta have that policy. And I hope that we can do that. Who do we go to?
we want to, we really want to thank Commissioner Bergeron Ernie for his very specific, if anybody knows as he does, the communication is excellent. I do want to ask, we have two other commissioners that would like to blend in, if you don't mind. Commissioner Priddy, and then Commissioner Brevard. Is that all right,
Did we
Bob?
want to give Mr. Burnett an opportunity to answer Commissioner Bergeron's question?
I mean, I'd be happy to. I mean, the two steps, as I'll reiterate again, I hate to be repetitive, finish the construction contract. We're having those discussions right now. We got to finish the construction contract. The other stuff doesn't matter. We can't put more water into Northeast Shark River Slough without that, or we're going to flood residents. And that's a constitutional right to flood protection or flood mitigation that we don't want to flood people. We're fully invested. The message has been delivered loud and clear. We in the federal government are doing everything we can to get that done. And then we have the technical teams working and the policy people are engaged on the water quality issue. The bottom line is give us a chance to work through it. That's what we're trying to do. Then the real issue is we have a judicial problem, and that's where the resolution ultimately has to take place because we as the state agreed to these constraints from a water quality perspective, and that at some point may need to get revisited, but I think you've got to give a chance for it to all get worked out.
You actually, though, Ernie, if you have this policy, you have this extreme high water policy in place, and it's not raining, you do have a pathway where you're not flooding people.
And what we need to do, commissioners, is work through those issues, as I said, and I think your point is extremely well taken. Also, on the issue of deviations, you're calling emergency policies, of course, speak as a deviation. We need to continue to work on those issues, even though it's not a crisis right now. And what I'm committing to doing is to continue working with the Corps and try to work through as many of those issues as we can, and with direct involvement and participation from the commission staff and yourself as we try to address those issues. I couldn't agree with you more. We need to have this operational flexibility. Some key things have to take place, and we're on it. We're gonna do whatever we can to get it done.
Okay, well, maybe we ought to set up a meeting with all of us and see if we can achieve what I'm talking about to keep the Everglades alive.
Okay.
So who does the request for a deviation have to come from? Does it come from the district or the Corps?
It can operate either way. There's instances where the Corps can authorize a deviation. These circumstances, typically, it has been the local sponsor asking for it, which was us. Depends on the circumstances and conditions. You do get involved in NEPA and all those sort of compliance with federal procedures and processes that you have to go through. But
But I think that's what emergency means. It is a deviation because of extenuating circumstances that allow you to bypass some of the requirements that would ordinarily be in place.
Yeah, you want to speak? Yeah, that'd be. Yeah,
the Army Corps.
Yeah, I was trying to see 30 years of knowledge at work, which obviously are.
All right, Jacksonville.
Yeah, so there are different types of deviations, certainly an emergency deviation, and really the best way to characterize that, unfortunately, there's not an environmental deviation per se. When there's an emergency deviation with respect to core projects which span the country, the world for that matter, those emergency deviations are under the auspice of protecting public safety and health. Really flood mitigation, flood control. But whether it's an emergency, I think it's important not to get wrapped around emergency versus planned. As Ernie mentioned, it does have to go through a NEPA process, either before or after, and that's not a bad thing. But the key is when it comes to making a decision to move water in a certain direction to achieve benefits in one place, what we need to do is, in common parlance, look at the downstream effects. And what Ernie illustrated when he was talking about Contract 8, which is vitally important, Mod Water's completion, is those projects are designed to achieve specific effects with respect to the environment and also flood mitigation. So what we have to do, and what we did do very deliberately going through this wet season, is look at what those downstream effects would be. And I think, what we have found is, currently as we as we stand, there is probably some room in there to make some minor adjustments, but we still do face the very real challenges of the multiple things that we need to achieve.
Colonel, can I say one thing? Thank you for working with me this year to the best of the ability that you could. But the only emergency you got out there is if it affects humans. And the only ones that live out there is me and a lot of Indians, okay? What I'm looking for is what emergency policy we can have to protect the environment and where we can keep the Everglades alive while we're building the largest restoration in the history of the world. How can we keep it alive?
I think though, but Commissioner Bergeron, if I understood the Colonel correctly, a NEPA process would have to be followed, and by the time that's done, your water event's gonna be over.
That is true.
If I may, Colonel, well, I think we need to get our staff together and see if there's a way we can package some of what the flexibilities are available when in advance of the high water event, while it's not raining, and see if we could tee up an emergency plan that could go through a NEPA process while we're not in an emergency, already in a crisis. So if there's any way we could sit down with you and try to talk through a way to tee up a review in the NEPA process and whatever has to be done to clear the way for you, kind of a different pathway than your typical emergency pathway.
Right, and I do want to make clear that, the idea of a deviation and taking advantage of the infrastructure is not a dead idea just because the rain has stopped. And I don't want people to be discouraged or, offended by the fact that NEPA plays a role. But again, I think it's a matter of addressing the real issues that are out there, and we are in the process of doing it. Like I said, the deviations are not dead. We certainly are going to revisit it before the next wet season to see, what the possibilities are out there. Whether they're constraints with flooding, environmental issues, or whatever. But really, I think the other key point to mention is that this system is managed throughout the year under an already, vetted document to provide the benefits to all the project purposes.
Colonel, could I ask one question? Next rainy season, will we be in a position to raise the L29 that was designed to be raised from 7.5 to 8.5? The design took that into consideration, which increases the flow and get the benefit of the 1 mile bridge and be able to relax the trigger well. Will we be in a position going into our next rainy season?
Well, I think as long as our goal is to get there, but I think, as Ernie mentioned, and I agree because we're a part of it, obviously, is we have to solve some of these key issues that are out there, before we can, take those steps. But trust me, it's not falling on deaf ears that these are serious issues that need to be addressed and dealt with.
Well, that's what's important, because our desire, if you don't mind, as Commissioner Bergeron has repeated to you, we would like to have this happen sooner. And I know the pressures, but frankly, we'd like to have this happen soon.
Yeah.
Thanks for your help.
Well, one other question, and I've brought this up many times, the existing infrastructure, the benefits of a maintenance easement and a spreader that would relieve back pressure through the existing system and allow water to flow over a broad area and remove the Tamiami Trail. How can we get that accomplished?
Well, spreader swales, removing the trail, again, those are incorporated as, some of those features are incorporated in the Central Everglades Planning Project, but again, there's a lot of factors that come into play, especially when you're dealing with wilderness lands and things like that.
That's not wilderness.
Well, when you're looking at the old Tamiami Trail, when you're looking at actions within the park, whether it's maintenance easements.
The wilderness starts just on the south side of the old Tamiami Trail. And we put a position on the 109,000 acres that the state of Florida put into the national park, that the wilderness, as this plan goes forward now, stays a quarter mile from the Tamiami Trail to the south. So there's not wilderness. The thing of it is that without that, you're not getting the benefit of an existing system that has the ability to to spread water across the large face and actually allow the water to get to all the sloughs in Everglades National Park where the water flowed before man built the road. And it takes the back pressure off the system. I had recommended the Tamiami Trail be removed and take all that material and put it in the bridge ramps on the bridge we're building. Wouldn't cost nothing. Matter of fact, it'd lower the cost of the project. In the future, we should look at cost versus benefit, value engineering, the bang for the buck, in order to get that existing system where it functions. Understand that the Everglades drops about 1 inch per mile. So this isn't the Colorado River. And we can't have obstructions in front of our existing infrastructure as well as our future bridges in order to let the oozing river of grass move in across Everglades National Park to Florida Bay. That system needs to be functional.
Yeah.
Would you mind, sir, if I responded directly maybe to this question of, I'm Shannon Estenos with the U.S. Department of the Interior.
Yes, Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Bergeron, you and I have had this conversation several times. I wanted to say that, first of all, I wanted to underscore what Ernie and the Colonel have both said, in that, in our view, there may not be, other than Commissioner Bergeron, second only to Commissioner Bergeron is the Department of Interior in terms of our eagerness to implement modified water deliveries and to get Contract 8 constructed. We often say the federal government paid $400 million for modified water deliveries. In point of fact, it was actually the National Park Service that paid all of that $400 million, and we are very, very eager to receive the benefits from that project. Modified water deliveries, in fact, is the largest construction project in the history of the National Park Service. And so for us not to be able to receive those benefits is very frustrating for us as well. Once we completed the 1 mile bridge, this is the first wet season, and what a wet season it was, following the construction of the 1 mile bridge. And as we watched the water moving through the L29 canal and into northeast Shark River Slough, even when we couldn't raise that canal stage to the level that we wanted to raise that canal stage because of incomplete construction and some of the other constraints, downstream flooding concerns that the Corps had, what we did see downstream at that trigger well that we've talked about a lot is that in previous wet seasons without the bridge, the difference, the stage difference in that trigger well and the canal could be as much as a foot. During this wet event, because of that bridge and the significantly additional unconstrained flow that we had, that trigger well and the canal stage were virtually equal within a couple of tenths of a foot. So what we're seeing is water is moving under that bridge as one would expect. We take the constraint out and it becomes virtually unconstrained flow. We're not seeing a back pressure effect with respect to the bridge, and we expect, as you and I have discussed many times, that as we increase bridging on that span of Tamiami Trail, we'll see even less back pressure. And so what I want to underscore as a take-home message is the fastest possible, even though the deviations have not gone away, and I think we ought to continue to move forward with those, the fastest remedy for the Everglades, from a national park perspective and from a central Everglades perspective, from a global Everglades perspective, to use your term, Commissioner, is to complete Contract 8, which in terms of construction is a small project. The construction time should be very, very minimal once we break ground on that thing. And so that we can get Mod Waters and C-111 fully operational. Once we have that additional flexibility, the next big water event, I think, will be an entirely different experience for us because we will be able to move water in ways we simply physically could not move before. So,
well,
thank you.
I agree with you on that, but when will those projects be done? Will it be done before the rainy season next year?
Well,
That's
no.
the key.
Yeah, right. They won't, which is why we can't, I think, which is why, to the Colonel's point, we can't put the deviations on the shelf. We've got to continue to move that process forward. There's no doubt about that. However, remember that the scariest constraint in this last wet season was the fear of downstream flooding for residences and agriculture. That was I mean, the water quality constraint is a policy issue that we have to work out, but it's wonkish. Most people don't even understand it. The scariest constraint was what was going to happen in the 8.5 square mile area and what was going to happen in South Dade agriculture. And that constraint does not go away. It will not go away next wet season until we finish construction. That stuff on the edge, contract 8 is about protecting private property. And until we finish that construction, we cannot, the Corps cannot protect private property that exists along the edge of the park.
Okay.
Well, that's why the S12s are important. That's why the Tamamin Trail should be removed and the S12s be able to function in the existing infrastructure. And back in 2007, when Faye come in here and dropped 20 inches of rain, we were already in high water. We actually lowered the Central Everglades 1 foot in 30 days. Colonel Grosskreutz agreed, DOT agreed to let us raise the L29 1 foot to increase the flow through those 19 structures, increase the flow through the S12. And we lowered the Central Everglades 1 foot in 30 days. Never been done before. And that's the kind of toolbox we need. Obviously, mod waters, when you can implement that, that is the best thing, no question about it. But until then, how can we all work together? What can we have in our toolbox to deal with these extreme high waters and lack of water for Everglades National Park?
Yeah. As we
What
hear,
scares me is next year, we get into the rainy season again, we have no toolbox to address an environmental disaster out there.
and you're all obviously aware of this, and we've heard this magna cum laude, they would say. So we would ask you that. Now, Lisa Pretty, Commissioner.
Probably best if the three of you stay up there for a minute, if you don't mind. Just to get it clear in my mind, what is it going to take to start contract 8?
Yeah, this is like I mentioned in the presentation a long time ago. It's it was authorized in, this current project we've been working on for probably 15, 20 years. So most of the activity has been within the last 10 years, and we've completed several of the features.
But what is it going to take to start contract 8?
That's why I wanted to give you just the context. In that period of time, these federal projects require 50% cost share from us and the federal parties. We have to work out, we bought a lot of land. And, this is something that's probably, Mr. Chairman, better for a side briefing, but we bought a lot of land that we were going to get credit for, and that has been the dispute. We have to work out what of our prior investments that were bought for this project get to work out. I believe those issues can be resolved fairly quickly.
So you're saying it's money?
Well, it's money and credit. We've made investments.
But isn't it a sad statement that those types of issues are keeping us from moving forward on something that is so critical?
I don't disagree.
Okay, so what can we do, if anything, to resolve that issue?
I think it's a bit awkward for me standing here because you go through a legislative budget request process as well. We're going into session. Money is, you're right on point, is the easiest fix because the state can say, we're not going to argue over credit anymore. We just want the money to finish the projects. But, in respect to the legislative process, it's going to go forward. So I know in the Senate plan that Senator Negron has put forward, there's a recognition of the need to fund this activity.
Okay. What about from the federal side?
I think the funding's not.
Yeah, well, I mean, funding will also come into play eventually, but I think it does come down to what Ernie's talking about with respect to cost share. It really is, again, a disagreement over policy and how to reconcile that policy. But as Ernie mentioned, it's worked at our headquarters level. He's had discussions at the staff level at the Assistant Secretary's office. There is a clear recognition that this is a linchpin within the system down there, and I think it is certainly very close and clearly important.
Sure.
From my perspective, from Interior's perspective, whatever resolves the problem, we support. That we don't necessarily have a role in the solution, but we've made it very clear that we just want the project built, and we will support whatever solution the Corps and the district work out together.
Okay. So once the money issue is worked out, what time frame are we looking at for completion?
It's a relatively small project, I think probably 2 years at the most.
2 years.
Small is still big when we're talking civil works.
All right, now,
Okay, wait.
It's about 30.
is there anything else?
Yes, I have a couple of things.
All right, we have another question over here to my left.
Yeah, I guess the thing that's kind of hard for me to understand is I see ESA issues, let's just say in Florida. And I see, very small projects when there's an endangered species involved. I'm talking about it might be 100 acres or something that's going to impact a relatively few number of an endangered species. And the attention that it gets and the hoops that owners have to jump through and the expense they have to enter into to resolve those problems. And we're talking about hundreds of thousands of acres where endangered species live, 69, and people aren't jumping up and down about it.
That is
I don't understand.
right on target. That- This is a
I
great
guess we're
example.
kind of double teaming you. Commissioner Bergeron's on the east coast of the Everglades. I'm on the west coast of the Everglades. I live immediately north of the Big Cypress National Preserve. And I hear what the hunters and the people that are in the park and in the preserve are saying about the deer population, about the wildlife population in general. It's just not there anymore. And when I ask why, hydrology events. And we're trying to protect the panthers and the bears, and guess what they eat as prey? Those very animals that are being decimated by the hydrology events. So I don't understand how we can be concentrating on endangered species at such a minute level everywhere else, except on public land that we have control over in the Everglades, and it's hundreds of thousands of acres. It just doesn't make any sense. The urgency should be up here, not just from us, but from the public.
This is a huge issue, and we're really not getting the response that we want. Please
Well,
And that wasn't really a question.
We're waiting for a response.
Well, and go ahead.
I wasn't really asking for a response because
What
I
do we
don't
need to
know, what are you gonna say? But it's a travesty. It really is.
Well, I think, if you want a response.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, certainly, number one, it's a large area, as you mentioned. There are a lot of, critical habitat. There's a lot of habitat in there. There's a lot of species, a wide range of factors that are taken into account. And, the urgency is certainly there. It certainly doesn't move as quickly as we want to see it move.
See, our concern is that's not the case. I mean, you obviously have all the bureaucratic difficulties all government has. We're asking, push this right up on top, and it isn't. From our perspective, it's an emergency.
I just can't understand how we can say that sorting out who gets the credit for what, that we can't move forward with what has to be done because of those types of issues that we as people have total control over. It's not because rain that we have no control over, or what the elevation of the property is that we have no control over. We have total control over what is keeping that contract A from moving forward.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure that one thing is clear, and this is, we really want to resolve this, and we've worked hard. What you're asking, and this is just a little tiny bit of pushback, we've been negotiating in good faith, earnestly, intensely for the last few months with the federal government. What's grossly unfair is to bring that negotiation into a public forum when I believe they're about to agree with us. And so what I would respectfully ask is, as I said a half hour ago, give us time to work through these last few critical issues. And I believe we're going to get there.
Now, what's your sense time-wise then?
I hope my plan, and I don't know if I can deliver, right, But before I walk out the door on January 8th, I want to have an agreement on a path forward on contract 8. And I think the one thing the commission can do,
Well, with
is-
Thanksgiving and Christmas between now and then,
I'm
that's
flying up there
that's
in a
very
couple
optimistic.
weeks. I'm flying up there in a couple weeks, but it's not going to get resolved in this forum. What I want to tell you is we agree, and these aren't inconsequential issues. We also have fiduciary responsibilities to our taxpayers. We have invested tens of millions of dollars in good faith to implement these projects, and we owe it to our taxpayers to make sure that we don't, that we have done everything we can to protect that investment.
Exactly.
And that's where we're gonna, and when I leave, I feel I have an army of people, no pun intended, behind me that are gonna continue to push this forward. But what I ask is don't rush to judgment so quickly that we're not taking this very seriously and we're not pushing it forward. And that resolution, and why I highlighted it, finishing contract 8 is the single most important thing you can do for these issues. And I believe we're on the precipice of getting
Well,
that
my
complete.
comments certainly weren't directed exclusively at the district.
No, I understand.
And my follow-up to that is, after contract A, are there other projects that are coming immediately after that are going to face the same negotiations for funding?
It's an ongoing part of the relationship when you're in a cost share relationship with anyone. So yes, and Kissimmee is the next one, and we're having the same types of discussions with that I'm also hopeful that we'll be able to resolve favorably.
I don't know if they've named your replacement, but if any of the candidates want to see what they're getting into, they should probably review this on the Florida channel before they consider.
This is an easy day.
More of a technical question. You talked about, and you gave us a good perspective about parts per billion.
Yeah.
As far as the water quality goes. I know that technology has certainly changed in the last century, but can you give us perspective about what this water quality standard is compared to maybe what it was prior to man's intervention in the water flows?
Yeah, for the heart of the Everglades, it's probably comparable to ambient conditions. The 10 part per billion standard, rainfall can be between 8 and 18, depending on if there's been a forest fire or something happening globally. So we're really getting the water down to the levels that are very close to pristine or unaffected conditions. The great news is that upstream, where we control the inputs of flows into the Everglades, we have reduced the phosphorus loading by about 85 to 90%. And that's been done through a combination of best management practices we're working with our farmers and implementing large public works stormwater treatment areas. So the Florida legislature and Governor Scott this past year did approve the path forward to ultimately achieving the water quality standards, the effluent limits flowing in. Those are, we have, as I mentioned earlier, I think what we have is more of and Shannon characterized it as such, and we have to resolve. We have a federally enforceable consent order that we've agreed to in front of a federal judge of an active case, and we need to be smart in how we go forward in getting that compliance methodology worked out. But by no means are we seeking to relieve our requirements of achieving those numbers. I think if we do establish an appropriate compliance methodology, the path forward will be there, and that's what we're committed to doing.
Okay. I saw Larry Williams step up, and I sensed he might want to make a comment.
Well, I just wanted to step up when the discussion was about endangered species, and I don't really want to say a lot now, other than to say that we advise all the partners in Everglades restoration on how different actions can affect endangered species, and we work very closely. And I think the people who spoke before me have hit the nail on the head about what the priorities should be, and Contract 8, mod waters are the priorities. And they're working very diligently on that.
Larry, thank you for all your cooperation and working with our agency in the past. I do want to apologize that we're doing this in a public forum, Ernie, but the problem is I can't communicate with none of my commissioners unless I'm in a public forum. And it's a very, very you know, Everglades restoration, one of the natural wonders of the world. And it's an opportunity for all my commissioners across the state of Florida to kind of understand everything that y'all are going through to move water. And that leads me right back to an emergency policy because I know that I've talked to Ernie Marks sitting here in regards to moving this water. You're wanting to move it. South Florida, the EP wants to move it. FWC wants to move it. Then we get into the quality of water in the state of Florida will be penalized millions of dollars if we exceed the quality of water by 0.001%. Okay? How do we get beyond that when we're in a state of emergency in our environment to where the state of Florida is not penalized for doing what's necessary to keep the Everglades alive? Am I correct, Ernie? Might as well get everybody up here. And I apologize for this in a public forum, but all these commissioners need to understand what I'm dealing with down here is the Point Commissioner, and Chuck Collins is dealing with, and our whole southern Florida region, and Lisa as well.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Ernie Marks, Office of Ecosystem Projects, Florida DEP. No, I appreciate being here and hearing this conversation. I think, just based on the discussion you've seen here today, you recognize the complexities we live with on a daily basis. And, but to get to your question, Commissioner, there are a number of things that are moving forward in the Central Everglades Planning Project that we worked with the Corps and the Water Management District and DOI on. There's language in there that kind of sets the framework for how we move forward on the water quality issue. And right now, the department, as well as DOI and the Corps, are working in conjunction to address any issues that may occur in the interim. And we're looking at what that new methodology for measuring compliance would be. And through those processes, these are one of the things that we're trying to take into account as to if we have emergencies in the future, and it could have an adverse effect on water quality, what needs to be done, if anything needs to be done, because it's a major event.
We are just asking you, I might just try to summarize here, we're asking you for cooperation, and it's extremely difficult, I know, government bureaucracy. Talk, talk, talk. The hope is action.
And we're working on that, sir.
Okay, we'd like to ask Commissioner Brevard.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all of you being here, and we certainly are respectful of the fact that there are ongoing negotiations, and Ernie, you've got 20 years on this issue, and I've got a little over 20 minutes on this issue. So actually a lot over 20 minutes, but anyway, you mentioned two things, and certainly, Commissioner Bergeron, I understand where you're coming from on if there's a tool we can get in the toolbox, whether it's calling an emergency, whatever, I would obviously support having that at our disposal. But the path that you've recommended, which is logical, and that is we got to get contract aid, done. But it's the other piece that you mentioned that is troubling to me, and someone, I think, phrased it well earlier, Commissioner Pretty, that there are things that as a group we have total control over, meaning the different agencies that you all represent. And so, again, going back, and I've been drinking out of a fire hose here this morning, but so there was a settlement in 1992, and that gets into the water quality issues. And it sounds like you're optimistic that perhaps you guys are getting close to resolving that, and there's a framework that's in place, and all that's great. Is it reasonable for us to assume that by the time the money is worked out, whether it's the cost sharing and the credits, or else there's just new money, and everybody says we're not going to let that hold us up, but assuming the money's in place and that the contract is let and construction begins and is completed in a timely manner, whatever that may be, what would be really frustrating would be you get all that done, and then there's still this sort of nebulous, well, we've got to work out the water quality issues. So is it reasonable for us to expect that the water quality issues will be worked out well in advance of the construction of the project, so that once that's done, then there's nothing else to hang us up? Is that, I don't know if that's a...
Yeah, Commissioner, that's exactly the path we're on. We're taking both construction and policy issues forward, full press to get them both resolved at this, at the same time. I would argue kind of argue's not the right word. I'm really not that argumentative, but I would propose a proposition. I think they both have to be resolved, and I wouldn't have one wait for the other. Get them both resolved as soon as possible. And I would even recommend strongly to finish the construction, even if you're still close but not quite done, because the leverage that provides us, the collective us, to resolve the water quality issue. If that's the only thing keeping us from resolving it, because we need to build that feature and to make the whole system work, and we need to resolve the water quality. And I think you're spot on. Get them both done as soon as possible, and that's the path forward.
But respectfully, there are issues that are necessarily going to take time to get the funding and the contract let and constructed. But it is inconceivable to me, again, understanding you guys have a lot more invested in this from a time standpoint, that's going to take 2 years, is what someone said. In a kind of best case scenario that maybe the construction is complete in 2 years. If you're optimistic, which it sounds like you are, with the water quality issue, everyone's working in good faith and we're getting there, then it would just seem to me inconceivable that 2 years from now, that issue isn't resolved yet. So, I'm not saying that, one should happen before the other, but it just seems like, because that issue doesn't require funding, those sorts of things. It's a matter of agreeing on policy. And the federal government and the state government has a tremendous amount invested in all this. So I guess I meant it more, well, I didn't mean it rhetorical because I asked you to respond, but it do seem obvious to me that should be something that's doable prior to construction being completed, given that best case, it's going to take 2 years.
I share your optimism. I think that we have to do that as soon as possible.
Can I add one more question, Ernie? The benefits of a maintenance easement and a spreader. Isn't there a benefit that you would get more water flowing through the existing infrastructure, the 4 S-wells, the 19 structures? Isn't it a benefit that you get more flow? Isn't it a benefit that as water would seek the least amount of resistance parallel to the road, obviously it would overflow in the lowest topographical elevation. So now you've got a perfect distribution of where water flowed before the road was built. And wouldn't it also improve the quality of water in the aspects that you're not confining the discharges to help meet the quality of water standards? Wouldn't you get 3 benefits out of that? And if you remove the old Tamiami Trail, it's not normal to have a road in front of a drainage system with that's not normal. Wouldn't that be 3 benefits to the Everglades National Park and Central Everglades to equalize these water levels with shared diversity, shared impacts? And wouldn't it kind of dilute the nutrients by not confining them? If you notice all the discharges into the Central Everglades from the north, you look at the nutrients buildup where it's confined, you spread it out, and you dilute that.
Yeah, we ultimately, the removal of the trail is very, very important, and the old trail, and we share that goal. And this is just with anything, you get way into the details, and I apologize. There is an FPNL power line corridor. We're working with them. We cut a gap in it this year to move more water through, and those are the types of things that we need to work on. But in the long-term plan, and if we do whatever we can to expedite that, but the spreader swell makes perfect sense, and that's the kind of redistribution of flows that's important.
But it's $250,000 to move the power line. It's hundreds of millions doing other things that need to be done, don't get me wrong. You can take the material that's in the road and put it in the new projects instead of buying it 20 miles away and transporting it in. That road can be removed. But, I've been talking about this for 6 years. The existing infrastructure, to me, is gross negligence not to have it functional and to relieve the pressure that's on all of us on the water levels too high here and not enough water over here. There's an existing infrastructure. And if you start targeting all of your water in volumes into a confined area, you have a harder time achieving your quality of water. When you spread it out And obviously, you give it an opportunity to flow where it flowed before the road was built. And that's something that needs to be in our future quickly.
Understood, Commissioner, and the one thing I will leave your comments and provide them to the technical teams working on the compliance methodology, that it's where you measure the compliance at that's important as well. Unfortunately for us right now, it's actually after S12, maybe it needs to be within the spreader swell system. So very good points we'll take back to the team.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners?
I need to ask one more question. If we could go back to slide, I think it's the 4th slide that Scott was using in his presentation. It had the 3 pictures of Florida, historic current and restored flows. On the picture further to the right, when are we getting there? What's the date, projected date?
The original implementation plan was actually, that would have been, I believe, 2036. And I think that was all 68 projects authorized and implemented. That also contemplated a Water Resource Development Act every 2 years, a certain level of state and a certain level of federal funding. So to ultimately achieve that, I couldn't give you an estimated timeline, because in that intervening period of time, we've had one Water Resource Development Act, and most of the projects that accomplish that have not yet to be authorized. But that is a great segue into the rest of the presentation, because what we have done is formulated to try to expedite getting there, to get an incremental next step towards that. Maybe somewhere between the middle slide and the end slide is what the Central Everglades plan is supposed to do, and there is a more definitive timeline on that pending congressional authorization and implementation. So I don't know what the will of the chairman is, but to answer your question, Ms. Pretty, I can't tell you, nobody could tell you when you ultimately achieve full restoration. But we've experienced significant delays in implementing the plan for many, many reasons. And
understatement of the day.
Yeah. Yep.
And it was probably 6 years ago, there was the Accelerate program where there were 8 projects that were put on the fast track. Is there any way we could, duplicate that type of effort?
And those Accelerate projects have delivered benefits. Picking strand in your own backyard is one more pump station away, and the road removal from completion. We did do the Biscayne Bay and C-111 spreader phase 1, and then portions of the Inland Lagoon have been built as well. It gets back to funding and priority. What we have done, the collective we, the state and federal partners, have invested in developing, maybe one way of looking at it is to get a more reasonable, manageable expectation through the Central Everglades planning process, and focusing the efforts on implementing those project features would be what would probably be comparable, but it's always going to come down to money. You can go faster with more money.
I have one other comment, and then I'm done, and I apologize to our partners, but
Very important, and especially in your
I would
backyard.
like to
Go forward.
I would like to proceed to meet together and bring communication together.
Excellent.
I really want us to somehow come up with an emergency policy. Not an emergency policy that the only one we have today is when water levels get so high, a levee may break. That doesn't protect the environment. I want to go to Washington, D.C. if we have to whoever we have to deal with, to have the flexibility amongst ourselves to be able to deal with extreme high water or lack of water, because those are the 2 major things at sudden death. Quality of water is important, very important. But quality of water is death over a long time frame. Quantity of water or lack of water is sudden death. It happens quickly. And I want to be able to keep this environment alive as we complete the largest restoration in the history of the world. And we need that in our toolbox. All of us need it. I want to be able to work with our state partners on the Appendix A at least to have that state of emergency flexibility, where we're not penalized, the state of Florida, for violating a quality of water in a state of emergency in our environment. We've got to have this toolbox, and we can all keep this environment, we can keep it alive. Our mission and our goal can be completed. We can make it happen, but we've got to have that flexibility. I would like to meet with all our partners in regards to the existing infrastructure, the old Tamiami Trail, making sure that our existing infrastructure functions. It's a quick fix for a little bit of money. And I appreciate y'all's time. I apologize for discussing in the public forum, but all my fellow commissioners here, it's important. It's the only way I can communicate. And I look forward to working with y'all.
This has
Very,
been
very
extremely well communicated. And we'd like to thank, frankly, Commissioner Bergeron. And we'd like all of you to pose for a picture. Let's see how we get this picture. I got it. Now, Mr. Director, Nick.
Looks like a firing squad.
Thank you. And I know, please, I think we're going to phase now into the last phase of this presentation. Scott's going to come back. Thank you so much. Thank you. You don't know how much this means to have this opportunity. And Scott's going to, and again, this demonstrates the partnership and all the different moving parts and the complexities. And Scott's going to bring us home now talking about a policy position paper that we're asking you commissioners to consider that will focus on fish and wildlife needs here as we comment and engage all these partners. This will give us a compass, a guide, a way to see through all this and develop kind of some sideboards for our work on this issue. Focused on fish and wildlife. And one more thing before Scott goes, I want to welcome Rory Feeney with the Mississippi Tribe, the Director of Wildlife. Rory, thank you. And speaking of partnerships, the tribe is a critical partner in all this because they have major land ownership there, and we're always working closely with them, and we thank you for all your efforts as well.
Thank you for coming, Rory.
Go for it, Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Ernie, for providing the overview. Clearly, this Everglades restoration business is complicated and complex. I'm going to focus the rest of the presentation on the Central Everglades Planning Project. Commissioners, as previously stated, we have 60 years experience managing a large portion of the Central Everglades as the Everglades and Francis S. Taylor Wildlife Management Area. This project, SEP, when complete, will redirect this water currently discharged from Lake Okeechobee east and west to the estuaries. It'll redirect it south, allowing for more restoration of the natural habitats, ideally with more water sheet flow through the Central Everglades and on down through Everglades National Park and Florida Bay. The project is going to provide a variety of features which you've been hearing about: storage, treatment, conveyance. There'll be removals of canals and levees, importantly within Everglades Wildlife Management Area. How this water is managed through the Central Everglades is going to be key for the fish and wildlife and the habitats they depend on. We want to make sure that set water management parameters provide for water depths and durations for this area that are compatible with the habitats critical to resident wildlife, including imperiled species. FWC staff have developed a position paper that is based on the experiences and the reports that the FWC and the GFC have provided since the authorization of the Central and South Florida project in 1948 and continuing into current SEP and SERP planning efforts. Our position paper outlines hydrologic requirements for Everglades restoration from a fish and wildlife diversity perspective. In our paper, we describe how water levels managed outside of the desired range of conditions have impacted vegetation communities, wildlife diversity, species richness, particularly for state and federally listed species. Peak water levels not exceeding 2 feet should occur in late October, early November timeframe, the height of the wet season, receding steadily at a low to a low at near ground level in May and early June, and then again rising steadily to a peak in late October, November. It's very important that the water ascension and recession rates, again, from a Fish and Wildlife perspective, not exceed about 2 to 3 inches per week. During extreme storm events or unusual wet seasons like we have recently experienced, water levels are likely to rise above these desired levels, but even then, again, from a Fish and Wildlife perspective, they should not exceed the average of 2 feet for longer than 60 days. We have a short video we would like to share with you now to kind of start depicting some of what we're describing.
Officials have some water worries when it comes to the Everglades. Nature is posing a big threat to the wildlife in the Florida Everglades.
Rising waters in the Everglades is raising concerns for Florida Fish and Wildlife.
So much water out there right now because of the recent rains that some wildlife is actually in danger.
To the untrained eye, this vast area of seagrass known as the Florida Everglades may look fine, but the folks who protect this land see something much different.
We're in extreme high water. The highest water level recorded ever for this time of the year. And here's actually a look at some of the troubling water levels we're talking about. Since June 1st, almost 22 inches of rain has fallen in the Everglades. That's 142% above average.
Wow. These high water levels can be devastating for the furry animals that live in the Everglades. The high water makes it difficult for deer to find a dry place to sleep and forage for food, and for smaller animals, drowning is a concern. Already, many of the small islands in the glades are underwater.
In normal water levels, the water would maybe be up to my knees.
Says if the Army Corps of Engineers doesn't move at least a foot of water out of the Everglades, furry animals like deer and panthers will never survive.
If this water stays here with no refuge for the fur-bearing animals, there'll be an absolute massacre of our wildlife and endangered species that live here in the Florida Everglades.
So Bergeron and others are pushing federal and state agencies to tinker with their water management timetable, to open the man-made gates holding back the Everglades water at Tamiami Trail from its natural southerly escape route, the same way they did for a similar crisis in 2008.
And we have a responsibility to protect it for future generations. And the day we destroy it, our quality of life will change dramatically in South Florida.
Continue. It's just a small technical problem. It'll pop back up. It's like Christmas tree. Meanwhile, how's everybody doing out there? We all wide awake? It's a huge project, and it takes a huge amount of time to take a look at a huge project. But the help with all the government agencies is so important, and we really thank all the government agencies, for being here today. But you've got, I think you have our message loud and clear.
I think it's got...
Let me go back to the Latin, magna cum clariter.
It's got proceeds, but I think the whole thing here is that we have looked at, we went back 6 decades. Every scientist, every biologist, all the way back to 1943, we took management of this area in 1952 and went back to every scientist and every biologist for 60 years and took all of their, what was so interesting is, which is very unusual, they all said the same thing. And that was a 2-foot operational target as a target. When you have unusual 100-year acts of God, extreme high water, unusual hydrology, a 60-day duration time frame is normal. And the weak die and the strong survive because there's no perfect world. But when you extend that duration beyond that, then it's sudden death to all of the wildlife that you'll be seeing.
And there's Jeff right there. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's many examples of how nature can be harsh. The Everglades is no exception in this regard. As we've been talking about, floods and droughts typically result in both short and long-term impacts to wildlife and habitat in any ecosystem. However, it is important that the Everglades has been engineered to allow for water level management. FWC staff managing the Everglades Wildlife Management Area have documented the effects of water management in this area for 60 years. We have documented the loss of tree islands due to water depths allowed to remain too high for too long. We've also documented the degradation of wet prairies and the sawgrass ridges and sloughs resulting from the current hydrologic regime. The tree islands are a very unique structural component of the Everglades, providing habitat to wildlife species that require some component of upland habitat with trees or shrubs in an overall matrix of marsh. Wading birds utilize these areas for nesting. Migrating neotropical birds utilize these areas for resting and foraging. Alligators, turtles, and snakes lay their eggs on these islands. And these islands provide refuge for species such as deer, bobcats, marsh rabbits, raccoons, and other small mammals during high water events. The wet prairies are a form of marsh dominated by sedge-like grass species. Wet prairies in the Everglades, particularly in Water Conservation Area 3A, provide important habitat for the federally endangered snailkite and its prey, the apple snail. The snailkites search for prey by sight. They typically forage over relatively open prairie and sloughs. They capture the apple snails within about 4 inches of the surface as they come up to respire. The wet prairies also provide very high quality browse for deer, as long as water depths remain below about 20 inches, which is a depth which begins to hamper deer movement. Maximum depths for wading birds tend to range from about 6.3 inches to about 15.3 inches. The ridge and slough system is typically characterized north and south orientation, alternating ridges that support sawgrass and the deeper sloughs. During periods of high water, fish populations expand out into the sawgrass areas. When the water recedes, these fish are concentrated where they provide prey for wading bird species. Many of these species are either federally or state listed. We have significant radio telemetry data from Florida panthers since the early 1980s. This endangered species and these telemetry data point out that panthers were documented using Western Conservation Area 3A, which is right over in here, back in the 80s, during that decade. During the 90s, the telemetry data continued to document that panthers were using Western 3A, Water Conservation Area 3A. The telemetry data during this decade began showing that the cats are starting to align their movement patterns more along canals and levee systems. Yes, I'm sorry. Look. All right.
We're done.
Okay. I'm sorry. There we go. Western 3A is right in this area right here.
And how many acres is that?
700,000.
How many acres?
Oh, it's
Massive.
it's large. It's tens of thousands of acres Western 3A.
Thanks, Chuck.
Okay, continue, please.
Okay. So again, in 90, the cats are still documented through telemetry using the western portion of Water Conservation 3A. Since 2000, our telemetry data is illustrating that the cats have discontinued using the western portion of Water Conservation Area 3A. It's important to understand that back in the 80s, we had very few panthers out there on the landscape. There was estimated a population of approximately 30 cats or so. We had less than 20 cats at the highest number collared during the 80s. During the 90s, there were, on an average, during the 90s, 20 to 25 cats collared. Again, they're using the western portion of 3A. When we get into into 2000 to 2009, we have almost twice as many panthers collared and a significantly larger number of panthers in an estimated population, and they are clearly restricting their movements out of Western Water Conservation Area 3A.
Too damn wet.
That's what we think. It's just been a little too wet for them and their prey base.
Let me say one thing before you move on with that. As you've seen demonstrated from 1980 to 89, from 90 to about 99, you've seen all of the panther out in the conservation area, 3A. We introduced in the 90s 8 females as part of our panther and took them out 3 or 4 years later. We have 5 times more panther from 2000 to 2010 than we did in the 80s. And you don't see any panther able to get into the area they were in the 80s and 90s because of high water. It's important to point that out. I see 1 panther head up on the L5, and that's about it because it can walk down a levee.
In addition to providing the basis for a position on operational water management in Central Everglades, we believe that it is important that we also have a policy dealing with extreme high water conditions. Since 2005, there have been 5 events that have triggered the closure of Water Conservation Area 3A to public use. These events are causing adverse impacts to habitat and to fish and wildlife, including our threatened and endangered species. We have a second video that we'd like to share with you now that further illustrates the need for a high water policy.
And can we make sure after the video you can go right back into the
These pictures you're looking at are pictures I've taken over many years in the Everglades.
How big was that last game? 14 feet?
Something like that. What you're looking at now, you can see how dry it is on the south side of the Kammamie Trail. This is the south side, and you've seen all the water on the north side. This is the south side again. This is area 3A south, where you can see the deer standing in water way up over his belly. This was flown back in when Faye hit in 2007 up to the north part of Lake Okeechobee, and this is in the River of Grass in 3A. That's up around the Kissimmee River. This is in 3A when Faye had 20 inches of water. You've seen that one deer they crawl up on the docks of different camps, try to find refuge wherever they can. This is in 1994 when we had a total massacre This was a panther I filmed back about 10 years ago in 3A. Another panther that took a picture of. And also 98% of our panther population is north of the Tamana Trail. This is the tour. I brought the governor out, Secretary Salazar, Senator Nelson, and the Assistant Secretary Strickland. This tour was to introduce Secretary Salazar, had many of our congressmen out there. I can remember Secretary Salazar saying that his eyes had fell in love with a world treasure, and it was very important for him to be in the Everglades.
Where's the swing?
That's where you were yesterday. These are all the pictures I've taken probably over the last 10 years of all the wildlife that lives in this environment. Even that grasshopper. You know, living in this environment, you get a great understanding, you know, of nature and all the wildlife and the importance of a targeted operational water level that's compatible with the environment, the ecology, all of our wildlife and all of our endangered species.
Commissioners, as previously stated, we recognize Everglades restoration is complex. It will be challenging to achieve a balance between providing clean water, flood control, and also restoring the Everglades ecosystem. We believe it will require effective partnership and collaboration among involved agencies and stakeholders. We recognize that there will be differing technical views among scientists that are modeling the hydrologic regimes. Given this challenge and its complexity, we believe that it is critical that FWC clearly articulate the hydrologic requirements of this area's wildlife and habitat resources. Our recommended position in this regard remains the same as that position endorsed by GFC commissioners in 1980. We're requesting Commission approval of staff's recommended position on hydrologic requirements for Everglades Wildlife Management Area. A high water depth of no more than 2 feet by late October to early November, and then a gradual and steady recession, approximately 3 inches per week, to a low at or near ground level by late May to early June. At that time, water levels would increase again, approximately 3 inches per week, back to no deeper than 2 feet by the end of October to early November. And during extreme storms or unusually wet seasons, water levels rising above the desired levels would not persist longer than 60 days. If approved, staff will continue to participate in planning meetings and provide comments, review, and input into future regulatory decisions that will affect fish and wildlife habitat resources consistent with this position. And that concludes my presentation and request for Commission approval.
Scott, thank you very much. We appreciate it. An excellent presentation. Mr. Vice Chairman, please announce the speakers. Sure, we've got about 15 speakers, and I'm going to call 3 at a time, and if you could come up and sit in the front row up here, that'd help expedite things. First up, we got Byron Meharry, sorry, Byron, Lyle McCandless, and Ernie Marks is the first three.
Since all the speakers have, frankly, we're all a little starved, you know, but please speak your, go ahead. You're all professional. You've been here many, many times. Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, staff, and my constituents. I would like to get with Commissioner Bergeron later today and let him explain to me the answer to his question about emergency releases.
Okay, that'd be far better.
Thank you, Commissioner Bergeron, Commissioner Purdy, for keeping on point for this question. Three of the almost worst things that we ever did was to build State Road 80, I-75, and the Tamiami Trail. We built 3 levees east to west across the Everglades. I'm embarrassed and ashamed to tell you that my grandfather was in the group that took Model Ts and went from Naples to Miami to blaze the trail for US 41, not realizing what detriment this would be to the environment. State Road 80 is not too bad because it's mostly farm area up there, and they do have ways of getting the water through. But I-75 and Tamiami Trail are just poison, just terrible. I sat here and listened today to the story about the federal government funding and the state of Florida funding. The state of Florida funding comes out of my pocket. I've been told for the last 7 years that the federal government will catch up. They'll catch up. They'll catch up. We are going to buy the land, we, South Florida Water Management, and the federal government will come up, we'll get credit for that. Well, here it is 7 years later, and we're still saying that. At my age, I don't even buy green bananas in the grocery store. So I'm waiting for something to happen, and the federal government to pony up and step up so we can finish this project. I'd like for my great-great-grandchildren to see it finished, maybe. Some of the discussion took away from my notes here that I'd previously written, but Ronnie Bergeron did see to it that the water levels were lowered a foot in 30 days back in 08 when we had some high water events in there. And he certainly deserves a round of applause for his recent efforts in working with Colonel Greco and Senator Nelson and some of the South Florida Water Management to try to get more water flowing. A while ago, when you had this group of esteemed people up here, you were missing 2 very important people, and you'd had it covered. And that's the Secretary of Interior and the pump station operator at STA 5. That sounds facetious. I intended it to be that way. I don't like to be politically correct. I've strived all my life not to be politically correct. It nauseates me to see everybody politically correct. We need to solve this problem. We need to have an emergency system to release this water when it happens, whether it's next year or 10 years from now. The way we're screwing around with this thing, it won't happen in 10 years. I've been on this program for 15 years anyway, when the Yellow Book first came out. Anyway, I applaud you and encourage your efforts to pass this position statement. But realize you must go farther up the line, to Congress preferably, or the General Dodd in Atlanta, and get this situation corrected. Because Ronnie Bergeron's right, we're killing all of the Everglades. There won't be anything left to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Byron. Lyle McCandless.
For the record again, I'm Lyle McCandless, speaking personally and as president of the Big Cypress Sportsman's Alliance. As I observe this commission meeting here today with all these agency heads here, it reminds me a whole lot of what I've been going through the past 20 years in general and 10 years in particular, trying to get some kind of a definitive answer involving some of the big issues we face in the Big Cypress. It's always it's out of our control. The NEPA process is necessary. We just lost a gang of trails down there that we broke our back to get reopened. And now about 3 months ago, the last ORB meeting, Pedro Ramos stated, the superintendent of reserve stated that they have to do a NEPA process now. Now our hope is that a NEPA process can be done in a couple of years. So in sympathy to your commissioners with a lot of the kickback you were getting a while ago, when it comes to government, don't ask them when, because that's gonna put them on the spot. They'll spend their tax dollars and they'll go to work every day, but to get a yes or a no, it's just not gonna happen. And I would certainly support 1,000% the general comment that Commissioner Bergeron made, that an emergency situation needs to be put in place to protect the catastrophic situation. And his comment and suggestion that all these groups get together now, the iron is hot right now. Get all these groups together and get an agreement to go together to Washington or above and get these heads together and show. And then when the public gets involved, I'll certainly put my time in to see that the public will aside from all this other stuff. I mean, what I'm hearing here, if you're not a human being, you've got no protection. That's not the way it should be. All these animals and the culture and the heritage, and if we lost what's in the Big Cypress and Everglades in general now, which we very much could be, that'd be one of the biggest sins on the planet. That's my comments. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Lyle. Ernie Marks up next, and then the next three speakers after that are Marshall Jones, John Rozier, and Freddie Fisichelli.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ernie Marks, DEP. I want to thank you all for addressing this topic today. And I want to thank Nick for the invitation to come here for the short presentation he said it was going to be. So I appreciate that. Well, while this is my first commission meeting, and Commissioner Bergeron can attest to this, it's not the first time we've had to deal with the high water issue. It's something that's plagued us every year, and I think, we have been committed to and remain committed to working with the FWC, the Corps, the Water Management District, and other agencies and stakeholders to do what we can in order to move that water south. We've been constrained based on what we have for the existing infrastructure and the existing regulation schedule. And I think moving forward, as part of the Central Everglades planning process, that's something that we're looking to change. And we think that that's going to provide additional flexibility in the system and provide additional tools for our toolbox in order to address high water level and make sure that we can mitigate those adverse impacts. Now, I'm grateful to the FWC for providing staff to join in the planning process of Central Everglades. I would also encourage that staff continue to be engaged as we move forward in the detailed design process and additional planning efforts, as well as through the regulatory process. I'm a strong believer in having FWC at the table is going to work to meet all of our shared goals and continue to look forward to future collaboration. The guidance presented in the position paper is a commendable step. Our hope is that this paper isn't something that's just set aside, but something that is iterative, something that is a living document, and as new information comes to light, that new information will be integrated into the guidance document so that decision makers, as you all move on in the future and other people are sitting in your seats, decision makers have the ability to pick that up and use the best available science to make those decisions moving forward. And we're hoping that as you move forward on taking action on this particular step today, that you consider giving that direction to staff as well. As the system's reconfigured and as the constraints identified in the set PIR, water quality and the like are being dealt with, we remain committed. We're going to continue to work with you. Commissioner Bergeron talked about having a group together. We'll continue to have those meetings and do whatever we need to do. But as I told Nick, I'm actually trying to get out of here so I can head back to West Palm to work on the Appendix A issue as we all sit here. So I thank you for your time, and I thank you for bringing up this issue, and we remain committed to working with y'all on it.
Hey, Ernie, I want to thank you personally and the DEP, the whole agency, because every time I call, y'all just turn flips to make something happen. And I appreciate that. I want to thank our governor, too, for everything he's done, from the additional funding for Everglades restoration, the additional funding on the Tattanami Trail. We've got our governor behind us 100% on the environment and Everglades restoration. And I look forward to working with you on this emergency policy. You know, if you look at what happens in the state of Florida, when we have a state of emergency in an urban area, and you call a state of emergency, we do have a policy. And you can deviate from normal operations. You can haul debris, garbage, trees, grind, burn, whatever it takes to get people back to their lives. For us not to have a policy out in another world, our environmental world, that we can deviate when we get a 100-year act of God, a hurricane, or a storm, that's the way we can keep this environment alive. And I look forward to working with you on that.
And I appreciate that, sir. And as the folks here learned today, we've had detailed discussions on these issues and the particulars associated with the constraints on the state. Y'all have had just a flavor of it today, and something that we live on a daily basis, and we're continuing to work with you to try and address it.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. And fortunately, you're not, well, I wouldn't mind if you gave me a call at 2 o'clock in the morning like you do to Chuck, but I think my wife would be a little upset.
I got your number, believe me. Need to comb your hair too, Arnie.
As Ernie, Mr. Vice Chair, as Ernie sits down, I just want to reiterate a point that he made. It was a really good point and really important to us, and we welcome your reinforcing this. But this document, this policy, this paper is meant to be iterative, adaptive, and a living document that we'll work with, and we have that in the document as a part of how we're moving this forward, and we would want to, I want to make sure Ernie knows that we got that message loud and clear, and we're on board with that fully.
Mr. Vice Chairman, our next
Great.
speaker.
Our next speaker is Marshall Jones, followed by John Rozier.
Thank you all for that. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. We appreciate everything the FWC does for the great state of Florida, for the Everglades in particular. I am a 4th generation Gladesman. My family's been in the Everglades, living in Conservation Area 3B now for 78 years. So I share the same home as Mr. Bergeron and all the great animals which the FWC does such a great job in protecting. I have 4 children which I'm raising out there in the Everglades, and they get to see the vast majority of the wildlife that still exists to this day, largely in part due to the efforts of the FWC, previously GFC. So again, I thank you. Pardon, I'm not the best at speaking at podiums, obviously.
Marshall, take your time, no problem at all.
Thank you, sir.
Deep breathing. For all of us.
Thank you. Okay, so anyhow, this is basically more or less what I wanted to say here. Is, I live in the Everglades, I always have, and I always will. My 4 children are being raised right there every day. They swim in the canal with the alligators. They tend to the gardens which we have there, which include okra, squash, tomatoes, melons, collards, turnips, broccoli, herbs, etc. They swing from the trees, hanging in the ropes over the Miami Canal. That's one of their favorite pastimes. It's the thing they most often get in trouble for, is swinging off the ropes over top of the alligators.
Your kids are blessed, and if other kids in the country could even begin to have that experience, so that's terrific.
Thank you.
That's how to experience the wild.
Thank you. I have to say, unfortunately, though, that it deeply saddens me that my children will likely never see the things I saw growing up out there, such as the deer walking in the twilight hours on the levees or on the tree islands, and pretty much every day growing up when I was a child, we'd see deer in the twilight hours walking the Miami Canal levee, or if we went on the airboats or an ATC or ATCs back then. You'd see deer pretty much every time you took a trip out in the Everglades. Nowadays, you're lucky to see one every 4 or 5 trips out there, and you got to really be paying attention and going to the right areas.
You've seen the devastation
firsthand my entire life. Growing up out there, we used to have a family of foxes that would come and raid my grandmother, Nell Jones. They'd raid her chicken coop nightly. You'd hear your chickens squawking like crazy and go out there, and sure as heck there'd be a fox in there raiding a chicken coop. every day of our life, going to and coming from school, we saw numerous families of otters frolicking on the dirt road on the Miami Canal levee. My children very seldom get to see that. Maybe 4 or 5 times a year now we see otters frolicking on the dirt road. You know, I've seen a tremendous mortality increase in all the manner of game in the Everglades in my lifetime. Unfortunately, the majority of this is due, the majority of this increase in mortality to the animals of the Everglades is due to high water levels, or oftentimes also droughts. The improper water levels for extended durations lend themselves directly to the emaciation of so many of these vast species of animals we have that we're trying to protect. Conservation Area 3A gets the majority of the attention, and it's a significantly larger area than 3B, but 3B is my home. The snail kite thrives in Conservation Area 3B. There's not a day that goes by that I don't take an excursion on the airboat and see 4 or 5 snail kites every single trip. And that's no BS. You know, I don't want to throw a red flag out, but there's so many, when it comes to wildlife protection, there's so many things that have been done improperly in the Everglades, especially the water conservation areas. You know, many years ago there was, it was back in 2003, 2004, they did a test with what I call roller choppers. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that. A couple of years, I don't know who got the contractor who was doing it, but somebody was using heavy equipment out there, utilizing these roller choppers to maintain, you know, invasive exotic species of plants on the berm of levees. And it just coincided with turtle nesting season. And there were tens of thousands of turtles killed in 2003, 2004. We haven't seen the population come back yet.
Marshall, I think, and you are over your time, but I think that the thrust of your message, which is very well delivered, and I think we're all very sympathetic. You've lived there, just like Commissioner Bergeron and Commissioner Priddy. You understand it, and so we get your message, and I think you're fully supportive of what we're talking about today.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, sir. Message well delivered.
Thank you, Marshall. Next speaker. Next up, John Rozier.
John Rozier, representing the Full Track Club of Bay County and also the Employees Coordinating Council. First of all, thank you, commissioners. It's really refreshing to see that your position paper comes to the same conclusions that we sportsmen have been sitting there for the last 2 years telling the agencies about the water levels and depths and durations. Many of us, Mr. Bergeron's been out there 60-something years. I've been out there 40. Freddie coming up there, I think he's got both of us beat. But
he's been out there 180 years.
Something like that. So these are the gentlemen that I like talking to, you know, but I've seen for the 40 years I've been out there the changes, and a lot of it destruction, and a lot of it due to high water and all. So in that, let's see, got my little speech too. Thank goodness you guys have in the paper that the 60 years that you guys, the agency's been out there doing studies, tests, people on the ground, game wardens, biologists, and that's what I told the task force yesterday, that this agency should be the one that they listen to as far as the environmental destruction, habitat, water levels and all. That you guys are the agency that have the most experience with the environmental part of the Everglades in 3A that we're talking about. The only thing my guys have looked at, everybody sees 2 foot and they become, where is that measured at? Because if it's measured at the L5 levee, that means at the L29 it's going to be 5 foot. So that was one of the things in your paper, and I don't know if that's a technical issue or something like that, but we would like to know where it would be measured at. And also, Commissioner Bergeron, you hit it right on the head with this emergency stuff about high water. The other thing in your paper, and I've urged the task force also in their phase-in plan of doing these projects. When you build a house, you always start at the foundation. Somehow they want to start up in the north end, which doesn't make much sense to us, because if we had any kind of structures to release water down south, we can alleviate these future high water events while this construction is going on. So I don't know, again, in your paper, there's no mention of that. I know that today you mentioned getting some of the stuff down, done down south first, and I would urge you to consider that part of it.
Yeah, the 2 foot is in the sloughs, and if the water's not restricted where you have a flow, because the topographical elevations drop about 1 inch per mile, you would have 2 foot in the sloughs as long as water doesn't back up. And that would be at the north end or the south end, as long as water keeps moving.
Well, I think the other, Commissioner Bergeron, I think the other question my guys have is that something you're saying you want there all the time, 2 foot? Or I know you mentioned it later on. Is that's strictly a high water, a lot of rain, but that's the trigger, the max?
That's high water in about October, November, and then it starts receding. And you could have, a 100-year act of God or unusual hydrology where you had duration time frames of 60 days. That could be greater than 2 feet for a duration time frame of 60 days. That's what our scientists over 60 years, all of them, scientists and biologists, are recommending.
Yeah.
And have recommended for 60 years if you go back in our study and look at it.
Yeah, I read the position. I'd love, if our club could afford to have a bunch of scientists and biologists, this is the type of paper we would have presented to them a long time ago.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Our
Thanks.
next speaker.
Also, thank you for your sponsorship to the Blue Green event the other night for all of our youth.
We wanted to be a plaque, but we figured that was a lot better.
Well, thank you very much. That'll help our future generations.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm not 100 and some years old like some of the people are saying, but I think I spent, over half my life fighting for the Everglades, just like Ronnie has. And I want to just thank you people for what time you spent in making this presentation. It really enlightens a lot of people of stuff that we've known and we've seen and trying to get out to the people. And I think y'all did a terrific job. I can tell you this, John and I have attended almost every one of these CEPP meetings, and we've told them repeatedly that what they're doing would destroy. When you look at this, look at the CPP meeting, that they're going to protect the central part of the Everglades. The conservation area is a central part of the Everglades, and they're going to destroy them with their water tables and their duration. So I can't see how they can even use that as a thing. But again, I want to thank you for what you've done. And at the meeting yesterday, John, I was at that meeting yesterday with the scientists. I brought something up there that has kind of bugged me for a while. And, everybody like I'm a public official. Our little town has a water allocation. Everybody has a right to water allocations in the state. And I took it on myself to take and look at the Lake Okeechobee service area. And I pulled it up on the internet, and there's 36 pages of permits that the ag people have to draw that water out of the lake. The trouble is, there's no modification and there's no monitoring the way they can. There's no way they could look at that many permits and see where that water's going. So what is happening, and this is my opinion, I'm not no scientist, but I've been here and I've seen what's going on. We're holding the lake at 15 foot up to June, when you know your rainy season is coming. And the only reason I can find out, and I can't prove anything, is you're holding that lake there so the ag people has access to that water. But what is causing people is causing all of our problems. Because if they would let that water flow out of the lake year-round, like it did when Marjorie Stone Douglas' book, went back to the river grass, it solved a lot of your problems. And I know it's not the answer, but I think it's something we need to look at very, very seriously. And Ronnie, as far as that toolbox, I think you got the toolbox, and you and I know it. You got the 30s. They can take that water right around the 30s, right down the Shark River Slough without going through the conservation areas. They did it with the Cape State Sparrow, and they can do it, Ronnie. We just got to get permission to make them do it. The Corps did it for us at one time. But again, I want to thank you people. You people have been, doing a terrific job in the state of Florida. I've been involved with you people a long time, with a lot of people that come and gone. And fortunately, I'm getting to the point now where I'm senior. I don't like it though, because when you get to be senior, you're kind of short. Thanks again for your time.
Hey, Freddie, thank you for everything you participated in the last half a century with the Everglades, and thank you for your service to Southwest Ranches as a commissioner to one of the most beautiful towns we've got in this community. And your town does border the Everglades. So.
Yes, sir. Actually, the border was a levee. We're on a kind of concern now. I don't know if y'all noticed it, but I go to a lot of meetings. They're moving that urban line back from the levees to US 27. I don't know what the reason is, but usually when they do something like that, there's something going on I'd like to see.
Freddie, thank you very much for coming this morning, and Commissioner Bergeron, your good friend, much appreciates it. Our next speaker
is Newton Cook, followed by Marianne Westwood and Albert Bryan.
Thank y'all very much. Glad to be here today. I'll do this once, so I don't have to do it through all the other times I stand up. I'm Newton Cook. I'm the Executive Director of United Waterfowlers of Florida. I'm on the Board of Directors of Future Hunting Florida. I'm a member of the FWC Stakeholder Deer Advisory Group, DMTAG. I am also a member of the South Florida Water Management District Water Resources Advisory Commission, and on that, I chair the Recreation Work Group. That work group meets quarterly and serves as a vetting and place where all the recreation people, all the stakeholders, from stargazers through campers, hikers, bikers, anglers, can meet and put together our opinions and suggestions to the district, which I present to the district. First, I just want to cover the most important thing, and that is to say I stand in support of staff's recommendation on this piece that they've done. I also stand with Mr. Bergeron shoulder to shoulder and arm to arm for a number of years, although I'm a newbie in Everglades restoration. I've only been doing this since 2002. I go to PR meetings with the Corps, God bless them. And one of the PR meetings I went to in 2002 or 2003, we did start the impoundment out at site. A impoundment, I think it is, out by the Everglades restoration. I mean the Everglades, Boxer Hatchery Wildlife Refuge just last year. So one of the things that didn't come up today in these presentations was CEP, C-E-P-P. I love these acronyms, but CEP says Central Everglades Planning Project. It's a planning. It's not an action project. It's a planning project. And I know my good friend has heard me say a dozen times, I hate to go to meetings where they plan a meeting to plan the meeting that we get ready to plan a meeting for. And that's what a lot of this is about. But it was supposed to change the planning time from 6 to 7 years back to 3 years. And I think they made it. I believe that they got close to the 3 years of getting through all the bureaucracy, and now the funding is gone. But the fact of the matter is, CEPP, I think now is scheduled for 2030. We have to remember that. But what we can do now is just what Ronnie's been talking about today. We can get something done to get some type of emergency relief, move this water south. We can get something done to get those S12s open. I love the Cape Sable Seaside Square as much as anybody, but I hate to see thousands and tens of thousands of animals drowning over a bird that should have been somewhere else and just happened to be where it is because it's been too dry. So thank you very much for what you folks are doing. It's a tough battle, and some of us will be here to see it.
Thank you, Newton. Appreciate it.
Next up, Mary Ann Westwood.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Ann Westwood, the current president of the Palm Beach County Airboat and Half Track Conservation Club. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to comment on this agenda item 4B, the staff report on the Everglades restoration and the importance to wildlife. The club supports your position in the staff report on the water levels. We hope you ensure that the proper water levels are maintained so there will no longer be this significant loss of the fur-bearing animals, wading birds, and other species in the Everglades ecosystem. One of the things that I would like to see in there was the discharges through the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee estuaries. That needs to be controlled properly so it does not cause the toxic algae and the loss of the marine wildlife. I would also like to quote from your myfwc.com website that states your mission: to manage fish and wildlife resources for their long-term well-being and the benefit of the people. And I'd also like to quote part of your vision: powered by science-based leadership, we will create a sustainable and healthy future for Florida's fish, wildlife, water, and habitat resources. I've attended many of these SERP projects throughout South Florida, and I know it's going to be a long haul ahead of us. One of the things I'd like to point out, and I don't know if it's been resolved in their SERP projects, when they're going to backfill that Miami Canal and only create 1.5 foot high areas for the animals. And you should know 1.5 feet is not going to be enough. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Albert Bryan.
Hello, my name's Albert Bryan. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is an emotional issue for me because I've sat like with Ronnie and Keith and Marshall and everybody else and sat there and watched what went on here. And we've asked for the past 20 years to do something about cleaning out the S12 structures and about the Tamiami Trail, taking that out of there so we can work with what we have. Sharon and Colonel, you guys know I've been part of the science team, and I appreciate the opportunity to go there and be involved there. But we need to use some common sense here. I have 4 kids, and I want this to be there for them. We've micromanaged the whole area over endangered species. We sacrificed thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of animals. It's all one ecosystem. If we could use if the problem with this country is we don't have any common sense. We got to be so technically minded, we're no earthly good. And I just hope that we can, get our feet back on the ground, use some common sense here, and just work with what we got. What Ronnie, I'll tell you, man to man, I'll tell you, I take my hat off to you, sir. And I appreciate what you said, and I appreciate your effort. I can't thank you enough. The other day, you opened your home up to the Blue Green Project, and I'm just glad to go there and support it in any way I can. And I do appreciate that, Ron. And besides, I left my hat and my sunglasses on your car.
Well, thank you. I'll start using them.
Okay, well, yeah, too much, whatever.
And thank you for coming there and supporting the future of the Blue Green and all our youth and future generations.
Ron, I take my hat off. The man that can do whatever he wants. You put a lot of time and effort into this. And I know you personally, and I know firsthand that you really got on board with this thing and you really, took the tiger by the tail. There's been numerous issues that you and I, from the Big Cypress, which is, Sharon, incidentally, bone dry right now, powder dry in the Big Cypress. We just have to, I don't know, we can't seem to move the water around or manage what we have here. And it frustrates me, and it gets me emotionally upset, I'll be honest with you. And, Sharon, I did not threaten you guys, but I did say that I would expose the people that are involved in what's going on here for what they're, some of these cockamamie ideas that are coming up here. Thomas Jefferson said, evil only prosper when good men do nothing. And unfortunately, in our country, we have the dumbing down of America. We have people that are complacent. We have fatherless homes. I have 4 kids. I can tell you, my kids have blood in their blood. So I want to thank you for the opportunity today. And Ron, keep attacking. So, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Albert, would like to thank you very much, especially reconfirm what you said, that the support for Ron Bergeron, he didn't have to do this. He's lived in this area, he understands, he feels, and I went out with him, and if anybody felt everything, we really share your view, and we're very supportive, and thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Well, on a side note here, I'll be honest with you, the 2 feet of water, put that number out there. Tom Shirley is one of the people that I mentored out there. And, if you read his book, he talks about 15 inches of water. One of the things that we had to try to explain to the science team is that the north of the 3A, from 3A north, basically from Possum Head north, we're in a sawgrass plain. And if you put over 15 inches of water out there, it's catastrophic to the wildlife.
We all know that, and I think all these recommendations, especially all the public agencies that came here today, federal, state, etc., they've all seen this, and thank you for coming.
Well, I appreciate you standing at attention out here.
All right. Up next, we have one of our old friends, former South Florida Water Management District Chair Mike Collins. And then after Mike, we'll have Bonnie Basham up. Hi, Mike. Been a while.
It's been a while. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Nick, for the record, Captain Mike Collins, more or less retired fishing guy from Isla Morada. Been a hunter and a fisherman since I could walk, 30 years of professional fishing guide, an advocate for Florida Bay and Florida's estuary since the mid-70s. I've served in half a dozen different resource management organizations for the state. I was a member of the Governor's Commission that took up the restudy from start to finish. Jeb Bush sent me up to the Water Management District as chairman to oversee the legislation that started Everglades restoration and the district's implementation of that plan. And I'm here today to thank you guys. I deeply appreciate the position in defense of Florida's fish and wildlife that you've taken. I appreciate the advocacy and the defense that Ron has continued for Florida's Everglades, the water conservation areas, in the face of some serious destruction. 20 years ago, when we started this adventure, a group of scientists got together to decide how they would define Everglades restoration, and they came up with function and quality, defined by the productivity of fish and wildlife in the Everglades. It was a simpler time. It was a fairly simple concept. I can't look you in the eye and tell you that we're still there, because that's not the criteria that's being used any longer. The assembled multitude of agencies, some of them are here, a whole bunch of which aren't, all have their own focus. Some of those focuses are bureaucratic, some of them are resource-based, whatever. Getting them down the road during the Governor's Commission took 7 years. Right now, I'm not sure you could do it with a cattle prod. So the focus has shifted, and I'm not sure it's better than it was when it was simple. The Water Management District, for instance, is required by statute to balance flood protection, water supply, the environment, and the cleanup after the occasional hurricane that blows through here and the restoration of the system. They are also severely constrained, far more so than you've heard from anybody today, by a web of lawsuits with one focus: water quality. Water quality is one of those 4 components that are up there: quality, quantity, timing, and distribution. But it is the one that controls every single decision that the district is allowed to make. And Commissioner Bergeron, I don't know how to say this, but I'm going to look you right in the eye, buddy, and I don't believe
that your deeply rational, excellently engineered plan for emergency management can be implemented as long as the district is constrained by consent order overseen by a federal judge. I also don't believe that getting out from under that, as long as the people within the federal bureaucracy that oppose any alteration of that plan is going to take place until somebody holds them accountable for that. Somebody has to design back into the system a rational basis for how we proceed. As long as we're being held by one tiny criteria, water quality. We spent $2 billion while I was on the board working on that. They just committed an extra $800 million. And the people I'm talking about are trying right now to advocate a position where a 1/10 of a part per billion excursion will require a whole new version of construction. There are management options out there. Ronnie done a great job of advocating.
How stupid these rules are.
Thank you. You've heard me, but anyway, I'm not trying to discourage you in your advocacy. I'm going to urge you to continue. We need your help. Keep pushing, buddy.
Hey, Mike, before you leave, I want to thank you for all your service. I've been dealing with you for an awful long time, and I have a great deal of respect for your knowledge and understanding of this whole system, and you're absolutely on point. You know, if we're all going to be with this quality of water, and we're 0.001% and we can't move water, the thing that I look at out in the Everglades is that we got to bring common sense to the forefront. We've got to look at Appendix A, and the state of Florida has to have reasonable flexibility. And without that, you will never save the Everglades. It will not happen. And the fact of the matter is, quantity of water is sudden death. Lack of water is sudden death. Quality of water is important, but quality of water on what the state of Florida has achieved from 200 parts per billion, nearly down to 10 parts per billion, it would take millions of years to do irreversible damage. And if we're going to hold that Appendix A with no flexibility, okay, as we increase the flow, if we're going to hold to that, we will never save the Everglades.
That is beautifully said in 4 sentences.
As
usual, Ron, I agree with you.
I'll be working with you for many years to come.
Unfortunately, like Ernie said, nobody ever retires from Everglades Restoration.
Thank you. Next speaker. Fine. Go with that microphone. There we go.
Well, I think it's afternoon, but good afternoon.
It already is.
I'm Bonnie Basham. I'm speaking for myself. I live in Tallahassee. I have fallen in love with the Everglades on my numerous, and I hope to continue more numerous trips down here. I want to take a moment, if I may, before I make some comments. The gentleman who was speaking to you about his 5 generations of having lived in the Everglades failed to mention to you that he operates Max Fish Camp, which is a traditional Gladesman culture property. If you've not had a chance to see that property and see what Max looks like, you need, it's about 20 miles down the road. It's a great place. It's full of everything that so many of you have lived through and enjoyed, but it's just a marvelous fish camp and a marvelous piece of property. So I thought maybe you might want to know a little bit more about him, and I saw he was hesitant to tell you. Let me follow on what Mary Ann said. I do think that the Caloosahatchee and Indian River Lagoon issue needs to be somewhere in your planning. I'm assuming that it is, and it just hasn't been stated, but I just kind of want to say, make sure it's there. I agree with Commissioner Pretty and Commissioner Bergeron. I hadn't thought about it the way you said it, but we are able to declare an urban state of emergency like that. And all sorts of barriers come down while we fix whatever it is that's the problem. And somehow it doesn't make sense that we can't do that with this situation. And that flexibility and that just plain old common sense you've been talking about, both of you have been talking about, it seems to me that while we are in the non-emergency state, we look at what things need to be in place to be able to trigger that when the emergency state happens. And I know I'm stating the obvious, but I hadn't really thought about it in the terms that you guys put it in earlier. So I just wanted to say, and I don't think I can help you guys, but I just wanted to say that to me, that's what needs to happen next. And we need to figure that out. And I guess that's all.
Thank you,
Well,
Bonnie.
you know, Bonnie, you're absolutely right. You know, when we have a state of emergency in the urban areas, state of emergency, you can deviate and people get back to their lives. And I know that with the Department of the Interior and the U.S. Corps and U.S. Fish and Wildlife and Florida Fish and Wildlife and the DEP, we got to have an emergency policy in our environment. It's a whole different world.
Exactly.
And I think we all want it, and we may have to go to Washington and get it to where we can keep this environment alive. That's a very key issue here as we finish up mod waters and Everglades restoration over 3 decades to come.
And the criteria that was that FEMA, well, not FEMA, but the State Emergency Assistance Agency, the criteria that they used and the planning that they went through to figure out what needed, where those barriers needed to drop, is the same kind of thing that you guys need to be going.
No, that's exactly it, Bonnie.
And maybe that's the model.
Yep.
Good message. We have 3 more speakers, by the way, and we've probably never gone this long without taking a break. Everybody's starved up here. So let our 3 last speakers come forward.
We have 4. First up, Dawn Sharetz from the Everglades Foundation. I hope I got that name pronounced right. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chairman. My name is Dawn Sheriff. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for the Everglades Foundation. Really hearing and sharing with you the frustration about the progress and the flexibility that we are needing so desperately to kind of come online. The Everglades Foundation does support quick resolution of contract date and completion and implementation of Central Everglades Plan. We think that this project is going to provide so many features that are going to allow for us to take currently impounded water in the conservation areas and send it south. We know we need those flexibilities. You know, when I try to explain the Everglades situation to people in DC and sometimes in Tallahassee, I usually call it our Goldilocks problem. Sometimes we're too wet and sometimes we're too dry. And it's going to take all of us working together really closely in order to be able to get it just right. We know we need the flexibility. We know we need the outflow capacity. We've got to come together and get these new tools online so we can manage for wildlife throughout the ecosystem. We have a chance in this project to remove part of the L29 levee. That is tremendous. We're not talking about just the road itself and the bridging, which are sister projects that are critical to helping us move water. We actually get one of the biggest dams right out of the way. We think we can all sort of get together and work on priorities. We're super excited that this project is going to have amazing benefits to Florida Bay. We're going to see increased recreational opportunities, and we're not going to have as many fire closures and impacts from those. So we just want to thank you guys for your continued support of the Central Everglades Plan, of the Everglades, and I'm committed to working continually with each of you to make sure that we get an operations plan that we can all live with. And certainly, Commissioner Bergeron, thank you for a lovely event last weekend and for your leadership on these issues.
Well, thank you for meeting the other day. So we had a very good meeting and look forward to working with your organization.
Thank you, Don. Give our best to Eric. Up next, Bruce Ward, followed by Neil Ruddy and then Manley Fuller.
Thank you very much. I'm Bruce Ward. I'm with the Broward County Airboat Half Track Conservation Club. And let me emphasize Conservation Club. True, we recreate and enjoy the Everglades, but this last year it's been pretty traumatic because as we saw in the program, a 142% increase in rain in South Florida. and all the problems that these people have had moving the water, we didn't even have a hurricane. I mean, I can't imagine 1-2 hurricane down here. I don't know. The spot where I'm standing right now, we used to hunt here. This is before it's filled in. There's probably a few feet of water right now. Before the water increase, we really, I personally had seen an increase in the wildlife out there. I'd seen deer, and I saw a lot of wonderful things, and things were going along pretty good. When the rain came and the waters came and the animals started going up on those tree islands that they talked about, not only were they having difficulty outside the tree islands, but when they got to tree islands, they started eating each other. So just because they get to the tree island doesn't mean life for them. You know, the mice and everything else, the otters, everything, it takes its toll being confined. But that was my, and that, when we like to thank the FWC for their septic, we're with them. You know, we're with them on this thing. As I listened to everybody talk about the high water, I just kept getting more and more frustrated because I heard the commissioners apologize for having to do this in a public forum, and I know you came and do your business because of the sunshine law. There's so many restrictions. You can't meet together. You can't do the things that would make this a lot faster.
So typical of government.
Exactly. And I was in government for 37 years.
Well, then you know what it is.
Yeah. And it's frustrating. And I know right now that there's a lady from the Department of Interior said they're on board with the mod. They want to get this thing going. And the other fellow said, yeah, this should be all together and everything by year 2036. I'm 62. That means for my 85th birthday, it'll be done. And so it's going to be a little tough. I hope I make it. And I hope I can still enjoy it. I hope I can see and hear and everything else. The only thing I would like to say is that some of the frustration, I did a lot of work with emergency operations centers in those 37 years here in Broward and Dade. And one thing we did, we used to practice these disasters, these drills, when a hurricane comes, Hurricane Pan crashing through the levees at Lake Okeechobee with a Category 5, and basically sending 4 feet of water to where we're sitting right here, and how we get the water out, how we start in the south end of the state and clear the spill gates and everything else so we could get the trash out, and how it was all a big drill. And then I started thinking, that's because we have all the flooding. Well, we have flooding in Everglades. In the old days, South Florida Flood Control District, that's what they did. They controlled flooding. And I was thinking, if our governor, or if he could override the Department of Interior, if he could declare this like these high, and I mean extreme high water, if he could declare those disasters, flooding disasters, just like the people in Katrina that were sitting up on the expressway there, all huddled up trying to get safe from the water. Maybe they could do something. Maybe we could get some relief from the governor. Maybe we could get some relief from the Department of Interior. Whoever declares, I don't know, whoever declares these national disasters. Or the Everglades is definitely probably 8th wonder of the world. We love it. We love the animals. We love the work you guys are doing to protect it, and especially this pretty, I guess it is, from the West Coast. I really enjoyed hearing. I am East Coast, and you share the same things we do, and it's kind of comforting to know that other people are, with the same boat we are. So, but anyway, that's it. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Up next, Neil Ruddy, followed by Manley.
My name is Neil Ruddy. I am Vice President of the Dade Conservation Club and a member of the other clubs also. I have a camp in Area 3 South, so everything here does concern me. My comments kind of brief. It somewhat focuses on what Mr. Burgon spoke about with the compensating for a catastrophic event, with the water levels in Area 3. We have a harvest season that begins in the tail end of wet season every year. So if the project focuses on 2 feet of water max for a period not to exceed 60 days, followed by the fact that the biologist studies now show that the most stressful period leading to the loss of life for fur-bearing animals is the time following the decline of the water levels. Well, if that's accurate, than our harvest season, and more importantly, our culture that we Glazesmen were raised on and hold close to our hearts will disappear forever. I have been advised by a biologist that we use for private land that we harvest on that if the area is forced to stay closed for harvesting season, eventually it will be terminated permanently with no harvest season. More importantly, the numbers of deer and other fur-bearing animals will dwindle. Sorry, I made a couple bad notes. Dwindle to the inevitable. Sorry. Anyway, they will dwindle. So the area will be closed to recreating also following that, basically, because it will be too much pressure on the animals that are left. If Taylor Slough, Shark River, or the national park as a whole says they have enough water, my main concern at these other meetings were that they say maybe that it comes up more than 25 parts per billion and the water has to stop. What will happen to Area 3? The water will be left there to evaporate on its own. That probably won't happen. So I think there should be a guarantee that the water can be pumped south. If it stops being pumped north for whatever reason, if they have enough south, just to drain out Area 3, so that the water trapped in there will not exceed, a height tolerable and, more importantly, humane to sustain our wildlife and their habitat. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Manley?
Commissioners, Manley Fuller, Florida Wildlife Federation. I'd like to say that one of the reasons that we, and I think probably everybody in the room, supports Everglades restoration is we care about our fish and wildlife resources in this area, in this region. Whether it's the Central Everglades, or Florida Bay, or the Indian River Lagoon, or St. Lucie River, or Lake Okeechobee, or the Caloosahatchee, or the Kissimmee Valley, and those lakes up there. We care about the whole system, the fish and wildlife resources in it, and how we can benefit them and enjoy them. Everglades restoration is the key to doing that. These multiple projects. What you've heard today is very complex, but it's part of even a bigger story. We've got to do these components. They've got to be properly sequenced. Regarding the earlier part of this discussion, the points raised very well by Commissioner Bergeron and addressed by your staff's recommended policies and your federal agencies that you're working with on this and your sister state agencies, that it seems to me that the need for action, let's call it interim emergency actions, before we have mod waters and before we have new bridging added, which we very strongly support, and we want to see contract 8 completed. Having interim emergency policies in place, ready to go, like you had this year, like you were able to get this year and have been able to do in previous years. We don't see those as mutually exclusive. They can be complementary. It's almost as though they're posited as one versus the other. One can grade into the other. If we have a wet year similar to this year, next year, I would assume that there would be similar policies implemented to what was implemented successfully towards the end of this wet season. Perhaps we can get more notching or more sections of Old Tamiami Trail removed. So I think we need to do both. We've got to complete mod waters, but we ought to be using the existing structures and systems as effectively as we can. I know they did some clearing below some of the structures this past season. Maybe that can be augmented. So we want to applaud you all for having this meeting. We've all got to work together. And so we are supportive of the staff's recommendation going forward and being incorporated into overall Everglades restoration. And I wanted to say one thing, because we've talked a lot about the horrendous stresses that the conservation areas that can be subject to in high water. And the key to this whole thing is removing wherever we can the impediments to flow and moving water south. Our great estuaries in the Indian River Lagoon got hammered this year. Absolutely hammered. What do we do about that? But in other times, I've been around not nearly as long as some people, but I have been looking at this system, and some years we've had problems where water was held too high in Lake Okeechobee for too long, when it had adverse effects on the marshes. I remember, and before I started this job, but when I was a lot younger, seeing the conservation areas, the lower end of them, the southern end of them, which are deeper, experiencing these horrendous problems that we saw today. Seen similar problems in Okeechobee, and this year we saw it in the estuaries and the algal blooms. So that's why we need to do Everglades restoration.
Manley, thank you. I think you concur with all the speakers this morning.
We want to see
all
you all
supportive of
involved
this
in all
motion.
aspects, aspects of this.
Thank
you
Appreciate
all.
that.
Appreciate it. Okay?
Manny, thank you for your support at the Blue Green event.
We want to do more for next year, Commissioner.
Looking forward to it.
Neat. Thanks, Manley. Great effort. Next speaker?
That's it.
Commissioners, we would like to, I think this will, we would like to have a unanimous motion. Well, maybe it won't be unanimous. We never know. We would like to, though, go to lunch, but we would first like to have a motion.
Well, first of all, and I'll stay within 3 minutes, but.
How about 1 minute?
I don't think I can do it in 1 minute.
Ronnie,
But first thing I want to do. First thing I want to do is thank the commission for spending this much time.
One of the longest times we've ever spent on any issue.
Well,
it might be a historic. We went into
well,
5 hours this morning.
I agree with you on that, but understand it's one of the natural wonders of the world. Understand it's the largest restoration in the history of the world, and understand it's the largest contiguous habitat in the lower 48 of the United States of America, and it deserves the time. And right, and I want more time. But the whole thing here is, and I'll try to do this as brief as I can, Mr. Chairman. The whole thing is that we have 2 issues here. One is our staff recommendation on SEP, Central Everglades, 700,000 acres of the Everglades. And our recommendation, the key point in that, is an operational water level that's been documented for over 6 decades with all of our scientists and all of our biologists for 60 years. And going back to 1980, we have the same recommendation that we're making today, way before any of us were here. It's very unusual to have that many scientists and that many biologists and understand with the operational water level, we can achieve Everglades restoration. We can achieve all 3 components of Everglades restoration. And when you prioritize saving the environment and the Everglades as number 1, supplying water to people that's compatible with the environment is number 2, and flood control. But without that operational water level, with the duration timeframes that our scientists and our biologists have documented for 60 years, you will not save the environment. So it's very important that we support our staff here today and recommendations with 60 years of science base. It's not just Alligator Ron, some redneck alligator wrestler, even though it's exactly what I've been saying since 1982, because I've been involved in this since 1982, since the Mercy Kill. And getting into the other component that we talked about is an emergency high water, extreme high water policy. That is extremely important in order to keep the global Everglades alive. And I'm not just talking about Central Everglades. I'm talking about Everglades National Park and Florida Bay, which I love equally. If you don't let water out the bottom end, you're not going to get no relief to the top end. You don't have to be a hydrologist to figure that out. Number two, when you're in these extreme high water events, which is sudden death to our environment, our ecology, all of our wildlife, and all of our 69 endangered species, okay? That's across the Central Everglades and Everglades National Park and Big Cypress. If we don't have a policy until we can implement mod waters and we can continue to move forward with Everglades restoration, because you're hearing all these dates out there that's way beyond our lifetime. Now, I know everybody cares. I know the U.S. Corps, the Department of Interior, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and South Florida Water, we all care. We all want to achieve our goal and our mission. Without that policy, and I've lived in that environment for 65 years, and being an engineering contractor, I have a pretty high technical background on all the technical issues dealing here. Without that policy, we can never keep the Everglades alive over that time frame. So that's an important issue that I look forward to carry on with the permission of the commission here, to work with our federal partners and all of our sister state agencies to develop the highest level policy that we have the ability, even if we have to go to Washington, whether it's the Department of Justice, whether it's the judge, I don't care who it is, because that's the way we'll keep this environment alive. I think it's extremely important. I want to say one other thing, and I'll shut up, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
I know you're in a hurry. One other thing.
My stomach is telling me that.
I want to continue to work on the Tamiami Trail, the existing infrastructure. I believe that the existing infrastructure needs to function. It's very important that we have a maintenance easement and a spreader. I have a report from the University of Miami that I'm going to give to my commission that shows all the benefits of a spreader and of a maintenance easement to let the existing infrastructure function properly and remove the Tamiami Trail. So I look forward, I appreciate your trust in working forward with Chuck and Nick, and thank you. And I want to thank the staff for putting together 60 years of documentation. Thank you, Nick, for all the extra help it took. This is a very important issue. I know we all care, every one of us in here. We may have a difference of opinion, but as we move forward, if we can have that toolbox, I just want to say it one more time, to be able to deal with all these catastrophic events that happen out there. We will keep this alive. We will save the Everglades for future generations to come. Long live the Everglades, and I look forward to continuing on this mission and our goal.
Very well said. Mr. Vice Chairman.
I'd like to put this in the proper posture, and I would like to ask, because we've got two folks here from the area, if Commissioner Bergeron would make a motion and Commissioner Pretty would second the motion. I think that would be appropriate, and to include in the motion the ability to work on the emergency procedure as well as approving the staff recommendations on that.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'd like to make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation on SEP, Central Everglades. And also, I'd like to ask permission to continue to work as your point commissioner with all of our federal partners and all of our sister state agencies and staff to continue to strengthen our partnerships, strengthen our relationships, and come together to where we achieve the largest restoration in the history of the world.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it, but I wanted to make a couple of comments.
All right. Commissioner Pretty, second.
Probably Brian will remember which president it was that said the buck stops here.
That's true.
Truman, before my time. And going back to what we were talking about before regarding funding, and I think that in this case, on the federal side, as far as funding goes, the buck stops with the Department of the Interior. That encompasses the Fish and Wildlife Service, Park Service, and with those three agencies together under the umbrella, well, those two under the umbrella of the Department of Interior, which Shannon's representing here today, in conjunction with the Corps of Engineers, it's nice to know we're close, according to earning, but I would think that the Secretary of the Interior would be the person that could make whatever decisions are necessary to finalize those funding requirements that were needed on the federal side. So I just wanted to make that comment. I think it was a good suggestion. I think Bonnie made it about the state of emergency. And I'm wondering if there's any interest or any possibilities of looking into the possibility of adding maybe to the ESA a provision for state of emergency. I don't know if there's anything in there about that, but I think that would be interesting to look into. Those are really my only two comments, so I guess we can proceed with any other discussion and vote.
Chair.
Other comments?
Yeah, real quick, I'm the only one who's been dying to talk here. Look, the one thing that stood crystal clear in my mind was when Scott got up, presented, and he had the Panther telemetry slides up there, and to look at that Area 3 and not see the Panther presence there, and my crack staff, Chuck Collins ran some numbers, said that was 730,000 acres, plus or minus, in that area there. If the Panther is not there, the largest mammal, in the ecosystem down there is not in that area, Lord knows what the smaller animals, are having a hard time struggling in that area. 700, I learned, I came from development, but people don't understand acres. They don't get, you say, well, how many acres is this? They just have no conception. 730,000 acres is Yosemite National Park in its entirety. 730,000 acres is the state of Rhode Island in its entirety. That puts a bow around it. I mean, if a developer came in and degraded habitat to such a degree as the size of Yosemite or the size of the state of Rhode Island, the world would come to an end and all hell would break loose in government, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. And that's what we have here. That's what we have here.
That's very well said. This takes this whole picture and shows the size and magnifies it.
So I just want to close, and I want to thank Commissioner Bergeron because this is hugely important. He's hugely passionate about this, and we really appreciate your leadership on this. And this vote is definitely to back you in all your efforts. So keep at it.
And the biggest threat to the panther is loss of habitat.
Absolutely.
Okay? That's 730,000 acres. And you've seen the radar hits of the panther that utilized that before we kept raising water levels. So that's extremely important. One other thing, Roy, I see you sitting out there, and you have anything to say? The Miccosukee Reservation is parallel to the state Everglades. It's contiguous to the Big Cypress, and I know y'all have a big interest. You're a part of the whole system, and I know you've heard a lot today, and kind of want to know what you feel about it.
Sure, thank you. My name is Rory Feeney. I'm the Fish and Wildlife Director for the tribe. It's a pleasure to be here. It's also an honor to manage the tribal lands across 6 counties in Florida. We share a lot of the same concerns regarding the high water levels in the conservation area. There's been a degradation of the tribal lands over the last 50, 60 years. They've lost over 60% of the tree islands in Water Conservation Area 3. So we share a lot of your concerns. All these projects have a direct positive or negative impact on the lands, not indirect, direct. They live out there, and they have for hundreds of years. So we're keeping an eye on these projects, and we're hopeful that the ones that have immediate positive impacts can be implemented soon.
Roy, thank you very much, and frankly, on behalf of the Miccosukis and everyone, and I'd like to go on, but thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Yeah, Roy, one other thing, you see why we're targeting the operational water levels, and you see how important that emergency policy in extreme high water conditions is important. How do you feel about that?
Well, we've taken, this past year, we took emergency action as well. The tribe had to close their reservation to public access. The tribe has seen impacts to the Treons and the inability to sustain their cultural use of those lands. So we need to have some type of vehicle in place where we can fast track these decisions to release that water, but without obviously violating state or federal laws. We need to make sure that we fast track some of these things. So
thank you.
Yeah, we look forward to working with you.
Appreciate your comments.
Roy, as we have certain meetings with our federal partners and state sister agencies, we look forward to your input with us since your whole reservation is in this area.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Bergeron, with your good thoughts, we might ask Commissioner Pretty, would you like to make a modification?
Yes, not really a modification to my second, but it was brought to my attention by Nick that in addition to the Secretary of the Interior, responsibility for funding comes from the Department of the Army, who's headed by John McHugh, who reports to the head of the Department of Defense, who is Secretary of Defense, who is Chuck Hagel. Also shares that responsibility.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, commissioners. All those in favor? No one against? No one. Awesome. And we really, frankly, this morning, it's been a long meeting. It's probably been historical on five straight hours. But we would like to really thank Commissioner Bergeron, who's lived with this enormous burden. And I think everyone here recognizes that it's a crusade, and it is not going to stop until this crusade ends, because he's a crusader, and we thank him for being here and leading the crusade. Thank you, Ronnie.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, by the way, we're going to take a lunch break for 45 minutes. We'll be back in 45. Thank you.
I just realized I didn't Okay.